Verizon filmed him at the World's Fair in New York. He's Arthur Clarke.
Now, the present-day electronic brains are complete morons, but this will not be true in another generation. They will start to think, and eventually they will completely outthink their makers.
What if one small invention changed the trajectory?
18th century, when print advertising became the norm. In the 1800s, we got the first billboards and ad agencies began to set up shop. In 1891, companies like Kodak began selling their brand, not just their product. Then, in 1908, new companies like Ford staged flashy publicity events and pioneered the art of looking cool. The soap opera was born when soap companies discovered the popularity of radio dramas among women when they did their house. Bulova watches made the first television commercial. It cost $9. And when psychologists got involved in the 1960s, focus groups transformed the industry into a calculated science. The tactics got a lot less predictable, and the budgets got a lot bigger. Enter the internet, even though it looked like this.
The information superhighway can be a confusing
place. Search engine, it is called Google.
CEO of Google.
Hi YouTube, this is Chad and Steve, we're the co-founders.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Welcome to, this is WhatsApp. I'm actually at WhatsApp.
I am the co-founder and president of products at LinkedIn.
My hope is that in our lifetimes, we can make a tool of a new kind, of an interactive kind. And so my hope is someday, when the next Aristotle is alive, we can capture the underlying worldview.
Well, OpenAI has launched a new AI model.
So data, creating these models, generating and producing intelligence and tokens at scale for all kinds of different industries.
AI will pretty much touch everything we do. It's more likely to be correct and grounded in reality. Talk to the AI about how to do better.
The most important thing is that the models are just going to get smarter, generally across the board. There will be a lot of other things too which we can talk.
So what will happen to marketing?
Growing up, I always loved spending Lunar New Year with my family.
I am not Morgan Freeman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Welcome to Change the Convo 2024, presented by Infection. It's fantastic to see everybody here in this room. Obviously, the movers and shakers of the Sri Lankan corporate AI space. I think you deserve a big round of applause. Come on, put your hands together, everybody, for everything that we're going to discover today. Now, the word AI, we've heard it so many times, so much potential of what it can do, but today we're trying to change the conversation to see what we can actually put to use, right? But before that, I want you to take a moment to welcome somebody who's joining us, probably on the screen. A big round of applause as we welcome my digital twin. Round of applause. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Gotta say, Fahad, you look a little tired.
Voice problem. I didn't hear what he said, but the question is can you handle any of the pressure?
I'm the AI here. I run on pure logic and zero coffee. I've got this covered. Plus, no need for bathroom breaks. Just saying.
Bathroom breaks are a human thing, but the question is, can you touch your nose with your tongue like this? Can you?
Sure. But I'd prefer the robot over whatever that was.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I'd like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure, and make me wanna dribble dribble,
I'm not going to even try to do that, right? So you can give AI all the data, but you can't give it a personality, You can't do that.
This round. But let me challenge you with a question. If a person has 27 sandwiches and decides to give away half to each of 13 friends, but each friend must first take 2 sandwiches to reserve for a picnic and then eat one every 2 minutes, how many sandwiches will remain after an hour?
You know, I don't want these school days maths problems. Can we cut it off? Thanks. Right. No need. I can handle this by myself. So ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be seeing lots of cool things. Some things might seem gimmicky. Some things might seem really practical. I know some of you were excited about the pictures outside, that you got to take. And you know, some of you were like, hey, that looks better than me in real life. So maybe that is the future of AI. We don't know. But to welcome you all here officially, it's my pleasure to bring on to the stage the Chief Strategy Officer at Infection. Please, a big hand for Shezri Junaid. Come on, everybody. Put your hands together.
Hi, everyone. Very good morning. Thank you so much for being here on a Monday morning, your busiest day of the week. So we really appreciate you being here. So we are very thrilled you made the time to be here, united with a shared curiosity about AI and how it's going to change the marketing landscape. Today, we launched the start of something called Change the Convo. And this is something that we want to do every year, bringing together the marketing fraternity and discussing a topic that's trending during the time. This year, it happens to be putting AI to work. In this room, we have a cross-section of experts. We have founders, we have general managers, we have brand managers, heads of marketing, and marketing managers as well. How we have structured this program is for each of you to take something out in terms of learning. We have Sanjay, one of the speakers, who will be talking about the framework of AI adoption. We have Harsha, who will be talking about the implementation, your possible next award-winning marketing campaign. We have Salio covering building AI teams in-house. On top of that, we also have legal experts asking that pressing question of who owns whatever you create on AI tools. Later in the day as well. And we have PR experts coming in from Singapore talking about the impact as a whole in the Asia-Pacific region. So a very exciting day. Outside, you might have noticed a few booths. I invite you to go and visit them. They're based on various topics on AI. Please feel free to submit an idea that you might have as well in your heads. And who knows, we might be able to get back to you with a probable solution using AI as well. So I invite you to please have a chat and have a look at those booths as well. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. Once again, thank you so much for being here, and we hope you have a very insightful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shezri. All right, so I'm going to introduce our first speaker to you, but before that, there's a QR code on your table. You can scan that QR code if you ever have any of the questions for any of the speakers today, and the questions will be picked up during the panel discussion, okay? So, our first speaker is Sanjay Nair, Global AI Marketing Lead at Boston Consulting Group. He is a visionary in AI and technology marketing, bringing over 20 years of expertise to the global stage. He leads groundbreaking campaigns that highlight BCG through thought leadership in artificial intelligence, right? So Sanjay's career spans an impressive journey through an evolving landscape of technology, communications. In his previous roles, he oversaw more than 850 specialists and managed diverse portfolios for some of the world's leading tech giants such as HP, Adobe, Microsoft, and Samsung. His commitment in advancing the field of technology goes beyond marketing alone. He has also served as a trustee for the Computer History Museum, where he worked to preserve the legacy of computing and inspire future innovators. Today, he will share insight from BCG's AI adoption framework, a roadmap for any organization looking to succeed in this ever-evolving landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our first speaker, Sanjay Nair, everybody. Come on.
There's a lot of music going on here. Good morning, everyone. Today we are here to talk about artificial intelligence. a topic that has captured the imagination of pretty much everyone in the world, whether it's businesses, consumers, government, or media. Everyone is talking about AI. But I don't know if you've noticed, the conversation is gradually shifting from all the hype to people asking the question, where's the value from AI? Right? And I'm sure you will all agree with me that AI is not a miracle cure to all the problems in the business, nor is it an illusion without substance. It is a tool. It is a very powerful tool that gives lesser mortals like us superpowers to do things that we may not have imagined before. So whether it's about solving really complex problems, or it's about streamlining operations, or it's about enhancing our own decision-making, AI is a powerful ally to have. But to discern the value from AI, we have to look at where we are applying this in terms of driving measurable business impact. Also, we need to kind of think of the readiness of the capability itself, because it changes every day. And I'm sure this technology will work. Sorry. Well, soon we'll have AI making all the presentations, so I don't think we'll have this clicking problem. Cool? So as I was saying, I think the biggest challenge that is facing all of us is the pace at which this technology is moving. We're truly living in an exponential growth of intelligence age, right? In the speed at which we move from ChatGPT 3 to 3.5 to 4.4.0, and now we're already talking about 5. Right? So I'm sure you would agree that there are many challenges to overcome, but personally I feel just keeping up with this pace of change is perhaps the single biggest challenge that all of us have to navigate. In terms of just in the last 2 years, we've seen these capabilities go from text-based input to ChatGPT to multimodal, right? So now it can take images, videos, and so on and so forth. And we are at the cusp of talking about AI agents. I bet you 2025, everybody's going to be talking about AI agents. They're simply software systems that make decisions autonomously, right? So we all heard human in the loop, very important. But the next year, AI agents will take human out of the loop, right? So what does that mean in terms of how, as businesses, we can keep pace with this? So we need to stay agile. We definitely need to adapt to these changes, and we always need to be forward-thinking. With all those things in mind, I'm just reflecting some of the questions that we hear from our clients when they're talking about AI adoption and deployment. So the first question is, where do I start? The second one is, where do I invest? What are the use cases that will give me the maximum value? The third one is, what is the technology roadmap? And how do I make sure that the people are excited enough to embrace this technology? Right? To answer some of these questions, instead of making assumptions, we did a ton of research. Just this year, we spoke to about 1,000 companies, and we went deep into each of the domains, into each of those functions, to look at where are they seeing value, what are the opportunities they are seeing, what are the challenges they are facing, and how are they navigating those. We also connected that with the research we've been doing in the past 4 years, just to see what are the trends that are emerging. So what did we find? First and foremost, the hype is real, right? So we looked at the earnings announcements across the companies. 35% of the earning announcements of companies talk about AI. So it kind of shows that there is a shareholder expectation that you need to have an AI strategy for them to reward you. And that's gone up from 13% in just 1 year. The second part, and this is quite fascinating, just last year, half the companies we surveyed were discouraging the use of AI within their organization. This was due to various reasons, right? They were worried about the hallucinations, they were worried about data privacy, they were worried about bias, and so on and so forth. But just in 1 year, we are now seeing 98% of the companies experimenting with AI in search of value. That's a huge jump in just 1 year. In terms of companies who are really driving value, our research is saying that 1 in 4 is seeing tangible value. In fact, there's only 4% of companies that are seeing substantial value on a regular basis, but another 22% are seeing value because they're able to scale their AI implementations. And when they see value, the value is translated into revenue, right? So they're seeing a 1.5 revenue jump. They are seeing the speed of innovation twice. They're seeing employees getting more excited about their work. So this is real, guys. This is not something that, we just want to assume, in thin air. It is real, and companies are actually seeing it. Another interesting part is, where are you seeing this value? Which are the sectors that are leading? So some of the sectors are quite obvious, right? So whether you talk about fintech, you talk about software, banking, media, and telecommunications, these sectors were disrupted 10 years ago, right? So they had to embrace digital transformation. They had to build the infrastructure to stay competitive and relevant. So obviously, when AI came on board, they were able to embrace and move forward. But to me, the fascinating point is that within these sectors, it's not safe to assume that it's only the digital natives and the hyperscalers that are leading. Over 50% of the companies within these sectors, within the 26% of the leaders I talked about, are incumbent companies. These are not the digital natives, right? But they've been able to adopt AI and drive value. So all I'm trying to say is this is for everyone. It's not just for the companies that are purely digital. The other important question is, where are they seeing value? Quite fascinating. The popular perception is it's an efficiency play, right? So you see value in a lot of the support functions. But what we are seeing is the 26% of the companies that are driving real value are investing AI in their core functions. And core functions vary by sector, right? So if you're a biopharma, R&D is a core function. If you are an insurance company, underwriting is a core function. And if you're a CPG player, marketing is a core function. So you invest in these core functions to see substantial return on investment. So it becomes both a top-line play as well as an efficiency play, not just one or the other. This is just an example to demonstrate the point. So like if you talk about retail, you would assume, again, in the past, it was like most of the efficiency gains in IT, tech, and customer service, but the real gain is coming from personalization, because that is what is driving competitive advantage for a lot of the retailers. So it's just something to keep in mind, depending upon which sector you're in, what is the nature of your business, what is core, and where you invest the money. The second thing we see is also doing less is more. What do I mean by that? There's no point having 100 use cases across your organization and spreading your investment thin and hoping some of it is going to work. It's better to focus your energies and your efforts and investments in a few areas and going deep in those areas to translate that, end-to-end transformation of your workflow, your teams, and so on and so forth, to look at the returns that you're seeing. So, almost 2x ROI compared to the other companies that are like doing pilots across the board. This is just a snapshot on marketing. You guys are more savvy than me, and Harsha is going to talk more in detail. But just to give you an idea of where the big buckets are for marketeers, there's obviously a lot of potential value in insight to innovation, right? The speed at which you can converse the market intelligence and convert those into ideas that you bring to market, 3 to 4 times. The second is in the area of concept to creatives, right? Again, just an idea that can translate into tangible assets that can be distributed across in multiple languages and so on and so forth, accelerated with AI. The third one is the campaign setup versus the implementation, right? So you can do hyper-segmentation of your audience. You can also adapt your campaign while it is in the marketplace based on the response that you're getting from your consumers. Last but not the least, which is a given, is just the efficiency gains, right? So obviously, we can do a lot more with less. So what does that mean for your business? So I've talked a little bit about what we are seeing in terms of the trends, in where we are seeing companies driving value, what are the things they're getting right. Sal had asked me at the beginning also to share some views on what is the framework on the how. Like, how can you drive value from your AI investments? So these are some initial thoughts. There is no hard and fast rule. Pretty much everybody's creating their own playbook. But this is what we are seeing from a BCG perspective. So there are 3 plays to drive value from AI. The first one is deploy. The second one is reshape. And the third one is invent. What is in deploy? Deploy is simply about deploying these off-the-shelf tools that are available to everyone. We deploy them in our day-to-day work, whether it's emails, whether it's content, whether it's coding, and we drive efficiency out of it, right? So we're seeing about 10 to 15% efficiency just coming from the deploy play. But this is diffused efficiency, right? It's just because you get 10 to 15% efficiency, it's not like you're going to get rid of 10 to 15% of your stuff. You are just going to repurpose that time into doing more emails or more PowerPoints or more creatives. So it is good to have, but it does not give you competitive advantage, right? It just gives you, it is a starting point. It's not that you cannot do it. Your employees will demand it. And just to stay in the race, you have to get into this. But just remember, it's just the starting point. The second one is reshape. Reshape is when you start thinking about those core functions I talked about and look at reimagining what that function would look in terms of the structure, in terms of the roles, in terms of the people you have, and also the workflows, how you can transform that end to end. We've seen companies that are into reshape are driving almost 40 to 50% efficiency. And this is where they begin to get a bit more of a competitive advantage, right? Because not everyone can do this. This is not as straightforward as you can imagine. The last one is invent. This is slightly different. This is a pure top-line game, right? So we are literally thinking of new biz models, new products and services, new customer audiences that you can go after using GenAI, right? So this requires a different learning muscle, the different culture, a different kind of a team setup, and different investment for you to monetize the benefits. But that definitely gives you a competitive advantage because not everyone is able to get to that at speed. So let me,
Imagine your role.
Just listen to this one from the BCG spokesperson itself.
Imagine becoming more productive overnight. AI makes these changes real. BCG's Deploy Play boosts your employees' performance. It boosts their quality and creativity and brings 10 to 15% efficiency gains and more. We're at a tipping point with GenAI, and companies that are engaging with the technology are finding outsized value. Deploy GenAI responsibly, and you'll unlock next-level strategy across your teams. AI is already bringing welcome changes to the day-to-day work experience. For example, employees can use GenAI assistants to create emails and presentations much more quickly. Software developers can write code faster, and marketers can write copy faster. But the Deploy Play isn't just about efficiency. It's about democratizing access and building your team's trust in GenAI, and making your strategic work stronger in the process. Our research shows that 60% of companies are already starting to experiment with GenAI tools. However, only a fraction of these companies are reaching their full potential. Leaders should embrace GenAI with responsible deployment that goes beyond just plug and play. Empower your teams to explore the technology and get them excited about how it can help them succeed. How can companies put the Deploy Play in motion? First, educate and explore. Get leaders on board, set a clear North Star for change, and get started by choosing the right pilots and tools. Next, experiment and activate. Building competitive advantage means continuously learning and adapting. Launch a series of pilots and be ready to scale once a pilot's value is proven. Finally, scale and amplify. Move from promising pilots to impact at scale. Focus on upskilling your teams and prioritize change management to deploy GenAI responsibly. Deploy is one of 3 plays in our broader approach to AI and GenAI. Together, the 3 plays ensure the end-to-end transformation of a company.
So I thought that would be useful to literally listen to the practitioners who are engaging to the clients day in and day out. So I'm not going to repeat all that you already saw. But just based on our own experience deploying GenAI within our own organization, I can tell you, do not underestimate how much effort it takes to drive change management. A lot of the companies make the mistake of positioning this as a productivity and an efficiency tool. So people get worried about, so what does that mean in terms of, will I have my job in the next 2 to 3 years, or is this going to replace me, right? So how you position these initiatives within the organization is mission critical. It focuses more on the joy that it brings to you in your day-to-day work and reducing the toll. So if you kind of explain the why, what is in it for you, people are more open to embracing the technology. Otherwise, you will see quite a bit of resistance. So that's about deploy. I also wanted to hear directly from our practitioners about the reshape in a bit more detail.
Imagine transforming functions across your company, from HR to customer service, marketing, and engineering. Imagine radically changing how work gets done. BCG's Reshape Play brings end-to-end transformation within reach. But if you think too small, you'll come up short. When you reshape with AI, you'll reshape an entire function. You'll create higher ROI and find up to 50% more end-to-end efficiency. To reshape, you'll have to reimagine entire workflows, build new partnerships to access the latest tech, modernize your tech and data platform, and rethink the roles and skills that set up your employees for success. Transform a function and the changes can be big. For example, reshaping marketing means that you'll improve the way you create content from start to finish. You can use GenAI to generate first drafts of text, images, and video. You can translate content into dozens of languages, and you can expedite the editing, review, and approval processes. The potential impact is huge. Creating a new campaign at minimal cost, shrinking the time it takes to create content from months to days, and allowing you to hyper-personalize the experience for each individual. This isn't about tackling a single use case. This is about driving a much broader change. How can companies put the Reshape Play into motion? First, prepare to reshape a function. Choose which part of the company is right for transformation. Align leadership within the function on the need for change, and link the transformation to business outcomes like increased sales conversion. Next, redesign the work and pilot new solutions. Build AI and GenAI solutions to support new processes, launch pilots, and weave them into a new operating model. Finally, scale across the function. Roll out your tools, infrastructure, and new ways of working for every team. Make sure your employees are using AI responsibly, at the right time, for the right tasks. Just like deploy, the Reshape Play is a people play. You need to drive behavioral change, not just by reskilling your employees, but by helping them see that GenAI is vital to their success. Reshape is one of the 3 plays in our broader approach to AI and GenAI. Together, they ensure the end-to-end transformation of the enterprise.
Again, just a quick summary on Reshape. I don't need to repeat everything, but I will just say one thing. Do not underestimate the impact of Reshape on your people. It's very important to know that at least 50% of your staff within a particular function is going to be impacted quantitatively or qualitatively. So how you explain this journey to them, how do you show them that this is an ally, not an enemy? It's very important in terms of, again, the adoption of the technology. Last video, but on Invent.
Imagine using AI to create brand new products and businesses. Imagine innovating faster than you ever have before. At its heart, the Invent Play is a chance to discover growth opportunities you may not have found otherwise. But it's also about something bigger. This is the opportunity to define a new future for your industry. BCG helped a leading company invent a radical new offering, a GenAI beauty advisor. Customers can use it to find the right product for their individual style. This product allowed what's a traditionally B2B company to engage directly with their customers. This gives them a voice in the B2C market, all from the Invent Play. We also helped a global airline simplify their operations and planning cycle by developing a suite of more than 80 AI tools to drive efficiency. And we didn't stop there. We then worked with that airline to start a new business line, selling that software to industry peers. And now the airline has a brand new revenue stream, all from the Invent play. To stay competitive, you'll need to move fast. 85% of executives say they will grow their spending on AI and Gen AI this year alone. How can companies put the Invent play in motion? First, you have to go for big ideas and big goals. You're not trying for cost savings or productivity boosts here. Think about creating bold business models and scaling them quickly. Next, aim to exceed your customers' expectations. Customers, they're already used to getting the services they want. AI helps you respond to this audience in even more compelling and unexpected ways, and to do so in real time. Be sure to lean into your core strengths. Make new offerings stand out by connecting AI to your strongest, most strategic assets. The one-of-a-kind blend of proprietary data, talent, your company's institutional knowledge, or more. Invent is one of 3 plays in our broader approach to AI and Gen AI. And together, they ensure the end-to-end transformation of a company.
The 2 examples she talked about are actually real-life examples. So we worked with a beauty brand to develop a chatbot that gives customized, personalized recommendations to customers on what products they should use depending upon where they are. Are they in a tropical place or in a cold place? Or what occasion are they going for? Is it a wedding or an office conference? And that customization, that personalization has helped them drive top-line growth and take market share away from their competitors. So it's not just a consumer, right? She also talked about the B2B side of things. There's another company that we worked with where we've built an insights platform using their data. So previously, this company was selling data directly to their customers. But now with that insights platform, they're actually selling insights, where the customer has the ability to interrogate the data on that platform and be able to make meaningful decisions for themselves. So both those plays are examples of how you can drive top-line growth, but also competitive advantage. And again, based on our research we're seeing in terms of where is the value in AI, we are seeing companies more and more shift their focus from deploy to reshape and invent, because they see and they understand that is where they will get competitive advantage. But these are not simple, straightforward plays, right? There are quite a few challenges, and I'm not going to get into a lot of details, but I'll just tell you briefly in terms of deploy. From a tech point of view, you're looking at off-the-shelf software, so it's not that complicated. So the real challenge becomes about upskilling and reskilling your staff. Again, how do you motivate them to embrace this? It's about the positioning. In terms of risks and responsibility, it's more of a data privacy, IP confidentiality issue, right? You just want to make sure you're using the data that responsibly from your organization, and in terms of the interactions, that it is done in the right way. On the reshape side of things, you're talking about custom-built applications that are specific to a function. So it's slightly different from just off-the-shelf Gen AI tools that you use. So in terms of the implementation, you're looking at redesigning that function. Just having a custom-built solution will not work. You have to redesign how people work with each other within that function. And the risks are also different. From an invent point of view, you are literally talking about building bespoke solutions. We're using first-party data. Right? So this is no more second data that you're using. You're using your own data to build a solution that is customer-facing. So it's a different kind of a challenge. The issue is less about what you do internally, but like what are the risks related to clients. So it's more about minimizing hallucinations, just making sure it's not being misused or misinterpreted in a big way. But the value is clear as soon as you kind of navigate these challenges. So despite all of that, we still were trying to understand, like, what are the things that are stopping companies, from driving value? And I'll give you a couple of examples, which I thought were quite fascinating. I was speaking to one of our MDPs who works with clients day in and night, and he said, Sanjay, there's this concept of 10 minus 9 is 10. I was like, what the hell does that mean? What is 10 minus 9 is 10? And he said, well, it's simple. So we've seen clients implement Gen AI, which has reduced the time that would take 10 days to a few minutes. But the team that reviews that outcome only meets one every 10 days. So it doesn't matter the efficiency you've drawn, the result is still the same. Again, making the point of it's not just important to deploy technologies, to look at the workflow of how people work together to actually see the benefits are coming or not. The second one was also quite fascinating. He said 75 is greater than 95. So what do you mean by that? So he said, well, it depends on the team that is deploying Gen AI. So there was an organization we were working with, and we realized that the data scientists who were given the responsibility not just to develop the solution, but also to deploy it. And when they were looking at deploying it, they were aspiring for an accuracy level of 95%. But this particular solution was only giving 75% accuracy. So they were like, no, this is not ready for deployment. But the irony of the situation, when the same job was done by humans, the accuracy levels were only 50%. So if they had thought of that in totality, they would have said, yeah, it's better to go ahead than to stop it, right? So it's important to kind of think, maybe the people who develop may not be the best people to deploy too, right? Because you need to have an end-to-end view. So this is where, from a BCG point of view and years of experience, it's not just AI, but especially with AI, we feel this 10, 20, 70 rule is a good rule to keep in mind. What does this mean? So if you have 100% effort to invest in AI, 10% of it goes towards algorithms, right? So you have to figure out which algos you're going to use, which LLM models, and so on and so forth. The 20% effort is in the technology part of it, right? So you need to think about the ecosystem of technology, the interoperability with your existing ID systems, so on and so forth. But 70% of the effort needs to go into people and processes. That is the fundamental difference in terms of AI implementation that is good to see versus an AI implementation that actually generates value. Again, various challenges to overcome, and it depends on who you're speaking to, but let me just simplify this. Most companies are struggling with the challenge of, which use cases do I prioritize? Because they're listening from across the organization, everybody wants you to focus on there. It's a challenge to pick the right use cases, right? Again, if you can go back to the philosophy of what is core to my business, and therefore make the right choice. The second is, how do you prioritize your investment? There is no unlimited supply of money. You only have those limited number of dollars. So where are you going to prioritize your investments, and how are you going to scale those AI transformations before getting into more? And the third one is interoperability with your existing ID systems. Hugely important, right? There's no point investing a ton of money into something that does not connect with what you're using with other functions. It's just a visual to keep in mind. There's too much words into this, but frankly, this was something that I kept in my mind. If you think of an iceberg, what you see from algo and tech is just like 30%. The real issue is all things people and processes that need to be reinvented. So we translated all of this, and we thought, okay, so if you were to categorize companies into an interesting chart, what would that look like? So the illusionists are the companies that are just doing a lot of use cases because they've been told by the leadership, we need to invest in AI, and they've got like these hundreds of use cases. They haven't really factored in what are the needs of the users. They haven't really factored in what is the ROI from it, but they're doing a ton of use cases. So clearly, they're not getting much value. The second is the theorist, right? These are the companies that have shortlisted a few use cases, and they are scaling those use cases, but they haven't figured out how to tackle the people and the process problems. So even though they are investing in it, they're not seeing tangible benefits out of it. The third is the showman, where they're doing everything right. So they've picked the right use cases, they've invested in scaling, they've also tackled the people and process issues, but they haven't really built any measurement mechanism into their investment. So if you go back to the same function and ask them, what is the return that you're seeing, even if they are saving some time, that time is being used to either clear a backlog of the work or just do some more urgent things, right? It is not translating into P&L impact, which is what most leaders want to see. So what we talk about is the moneymaker, where you do everything, but what you do most importantly is you set an AI governance team, or it could be just the leadership team, that sets clear targets about what is the ROI that you want to see from your AI investments, and then you track that investment on an ongoing basis. And you hold people accountable, not just to kind of show qualitative measures of return, but also real tangible benefits of the return. Promise you, this is the summary slide. Would love to have a conversation now. So what does all this mean, right? So if I were to summarize the entire presentation into one slide, I would say, first and foremost, what is the thing that drives value is a commitment from the top. Somebody intelligent, not me, said this, that there's nothing called AI strategy. Essentially, you have AI in the service of a business transformation strategy for the company. And if you understand that fundamental difference, you will understand how it needs to be positioned, the amount of investment it needs to be put in, and how it needs to be articulated to your staff so that they all get excited about it. The second is the value play. And I've spent a lot of time talking about deploy, reshape, invent. It's a portfolio. It's not one over the other, right? It's a portfolio of value plays that you need to kind of consider yourself and see which do I double down on, which do I pull back on, depending upon your own company's readiness and ambition. The third one is definitely do not, kind of stretch yourself thin across many, many use cases. You must focus on a few that matter the most, go deep into them, scale them end to end, and then see what returns you're getting. Do not underestimate the people and the process part of it. Like, if there's one thing I want you to remember, it's that, because that's where the rubber hits the road and whether you get value or not. I think investing in foundational capabilities is also quite important. I remember I mentioned the example of this chatbot being developed, or this B2B company looking at the invent place. It's all about the first-party data, right? So building the right data infrastructure, and this again, Harsha, who's a lot smarter than me on technical aspects, will tell you more, but building a smart data infrastructure is very important, right, if you really want to be successful. And last but not least, you cannot leave the governance of all of this in the hands of implementators. It's just good to have a proper centralized governance team that is able to, one, define clear goals, second, is able to track and measure, and three, hold accountable, where the investment is going. So at the end of the day, you don't have unlimited amount of money. You're always looking at a trade-off, right? I'm going to invest this much in this, or am I going to invest in this? So if you have a clear goal and if you track, then you're able to justify to the leadership or yourself that, yes, investing more is actually going to drive value for me. This is not a sprint. I used to be a soccer player, so I love sprinting. I'm not a marathon player, but I keep reminding, if you're into the AI game, this is a long play, right? So you need to kind of mentally be prepared to invest in the long term. And it's a different muscle. I think from a learning muscle perspective, this is what we've learned through our experiments. Because the capability keeps changing, you need to build learning and experimenting as a cultural muscle within your organization. Because what you think this capability can do today will change in 3 months' time. So this whole thing of, humans come from here to here, and then AI takes over from here to here. This gap keeps shrinking. So when you have GPT-5 come out, or when you have AI agents, you will see that the AI is playing more and more roles. And, the value that humans bring, if you really want to drive value, gets shrunk. So, you need to reimagine how to get the best of your people and the best of your technology by experimenting and learning in real life. No theory, no consulting speak, no expert talk is going to solve it for you. You'll have to find it out for yourself. Thank you.
Raw assumptions and gut feelings are addictive substances that can seriously damage your bottom line. Data intelligence is the only known cure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we give Sanjay another round of applause? And if you have any questions, please scan the QR code and you can channel it to him during the panel discussion. Okay, I'm going to introduce our next speaker to you. He is Harshavardhan Reddy, CEO and founder of EOS Labs. His team at EOS Labs is at the forefront of applied AI and automation, developing solutions that drive productivity, spark creativity, and boost organizational effectiveness. From automating workflows to building custom fine-tuned models and generative AI marketing, EOS is revolutionizing how businesses leverage AI to grow. Harsha and EOS Labs were recently invited as a speaker at the Google Marketing Live 2024 in Udaipur, and their impressive client roster includes campaigns for e-Motorrad featuring MS Dhoni, Amazon Prime, and more. They're also part of the distinguished network that includes tech celebrities like Varun Maya and the 100X engineers community. Harsha himself is an electronics engineer with a keen interest in data science, statistical modeling, and machine learning. He's here to present to you how AI is redefining marketing in ways we're only beginning to understand. Please welcome Harsha Vardhan. Come on, everybody. Put your hands together.
Okay, first of all, super excited to be here. It's my first time in Sri Lanka. The city's beautiful. The country's beautiful. Colombo's beautiful. Had a great few days and excited to kind of talk to you about what we've done, who we are, and also kind of get into the weeds about AI in marketing, right? So let's start. So why does AI work for marketing, right? I think there's a lot of use cases for AI in general. Marketing so we've been around for about 2 years now, and for some reason, the marketing use cases have really taken hold of people, right? And it always gets me why, because there's a lot of objective use cases when it comes to productivity, there's a lot of efficiency improvements, revenue implications, like Sanjay was talking about, like how AI could affect business operations and businesses as a whole, like by tackling core functions. But marketing, for some reason, seems to be really, really popular, right? And I mean, when I really thought about it, it's basically because of this, right? Because AI is not perfect, right? And there's a lot of AI probably today is the worst it will ever be. And one of the main drawbacks, or the more voiced one of the more voiced issues with AI is the fact that it's not perfect yet. There's a lot of inaccuracies. There's a lot of reasons why you should not use it in actual business use cases. There's a lot of security issues and stuff. But the exact same issues, when you look at it from a different lens, you could call it creative, unique, and there's a lot of wow factor to it, right? And I'll talk about a lot of why that is in a second. So we're EOS Labs. Here's a just quick introduction. Those are my two co-founders, Varun Maya and Tejas. We've been around for about 2 years. We've built a startup in the past. We've been working together for about 5 years now. We've had the fortune to work with a lot of really, really cool companies. Some of them for business transformation, some of them for marketing campaigns, right? Before we actually get into some of the work we've done, I wanted to give you guys, I don't know how many of you are technical here. I'm not going to actually get into the math of anything, but so I can lay the landscape, I kind of wanted to talk about the two fundamental technologies over here, right? So number one is transformer models. These are your LLMs and ChatGPTs. And I'll really briefly kind of explain how they work, right? It's not going to be technical at all. So here's a question, right? And this is something you could possibly ask ChatGPT, right? So Rahul Dravid is a really good, what is the next word? And that's basically what every single LLM is doing, right? LLM stands for large language models. Let's see what happens on the back end, right? So if you input that question, Rahul Dravid is the greatest dash, it goes through a neural network. And what ends up coming out is a probability table of some sort, right? Where you've got a bunch of words and you've got an associated probability, right? So we're talking about coach being 61%, cricketer being 20%, dad being 30%, defender being 7%, right? So what ends up happening is it takes the highest probability word and just plugs that in, right? And that is basically how every single LLM, how every single transformer model kind of works, right? So that's one technology. That's one technology that, I mean, even as marketers, we've used in a lot of marketing campaigns, right? Every single chatbot involves that exact same technology, right? The next thing are diffusion models, right? And this is, I think, a great summary of what diffusion models do. You're talking about building, destroying, and then building again, right? And I'll explain what that means. Diffusion models are basically your image models, your video models. Some audio models also make use of diffusion processes, right? And I'll talk about what that is. Okay, so before I actually explain, there are only 2 real dogs in this image. Does anyone want to guess which they are? Which ones they are? 3? Okay. How many of you think 1 is a real image? Hands? Okay, there's like very few. How many of you think 2 is a real image? Okay. What about 3? Okay. And what about 4? Okay, again, a few. Okay, so the correct answer is images 2 and 3 are real images. I think most of you got that, so well done. 1 and 4 are AI generated, right? And this is actually an old picture. I actually I found this picture about a year ago, and I think image models today are just way, way more powerful. Let's talk about diffusion, right? Diffusion is not a fancy phenomenon. It is as simple as taking an ink drop and dropping it in a glass, right? When you drop an ink drop, it slowly kind of takes over the entire glass and you get something new, right? So this is what you call a fixed forward diffusion process. What is happening with images is basically the same thing, right? So you take a regular image of a cat, you start adding a drop of noise, right? And it just keeps getting more and more noisy. And eventually you reach this super static image. Now, all that these image models are doing, basically your mid-journey and your stable diffusion, is it takes this noisy picture and it undergoes a generative reverse process, right? Where it tries reconstructing a cat from this super noisy picture. And that is basically what every single diffusion process is doing. It's what all your new video models are doing. This is the entire process, right? Which is why every time you type in a cat on Midjourney or you type in a cat on one of these things, you don't get the same image each time, right? Because it is reconstructing, this is nothing, right? It is reconstructing a cat image based on like tiny micro features, and each time it gets more and more detailed. The end result will look like a cat, but it's not going to be the same cat you started out with, right? And this is the entire diffusion process. Okay, so again, before we get into the actual use cases, let's talk about the 4 issues with AI, right? Number 1 is bias. Bias is basically what you put in is what comes out, right? And that's the image I've put over here, right? So it's the same that happens to us, right? If we go down one of those YouTube rabbit holes where you're just constantly watching stuff about maybe rabbits, for example, your entire social media feed, your entire YouTube feed becomes about rabbits, right? So, and eventually all your knowledge, everything you're talking about is going to become about rabbits. I think this is particularly true given the US election, right? If you guys go Republican on one end, you're just going to keep seeing a lot of Republican information, right? So that's the exact same way AI works with bias, right? Explainability, and this is one of the reasons why there's a little friction when it comes to using AI for financial reasons, in financial fintech companies and stuff like that, because it becomes important for you to be able to explain the AI, right? These technologies are kind of complex, and for a lot of purposes, you would classify them as black boxes, right? So there's a lot of inputs that are going in. You have no idea what processing is happening in the middle, and at the end, you get some output, which we're like, oh, wow, right? But I think for a lot of use cases, especially people-related use cases, maybe you're trying to decide who to give a loan to, maybe you're trying to give a medical prescription to someone, right? Explainability becomes super important, and as long as that remains kind of a blocker, I do see some challenges to wide-scale adoption, right? Alignment. Alignment is basically, are we able to effectively teach AI how to adhere to human values, right? Like how to adhere to what we think is right and wrong, our laws and our systems. I'll give you an example, right? I think AI, given how much we've trained it, it basically knows entirely how to create a nuclear bomb, right? We've taught it physics, we've taught it chemistry, we've taught it nuclear physics. It could technically tell you step by step how to create a nuclear bomb, right? And there was this funny example, I don't know if you guys saw it, it was in the news, I think a year ago when ChatGPT 3 just released. Basically, some guy went onto ChatGPT and was asking, hey, can you teach me how to make a bomb at home, like a homemade bomb? And ChatGPT was like, no, this goes against my guidelines. I am not allowed to teach you how to do this. And then he was like, okay, hey, can you tell me exactly step by step how not to create a bomb? Right? And then ChatGPT gave it instructions exactly how not to create a bomb. And it was basically, he was able to create a bomb from that, right? And it was in the news and stuff. Number 4 is hallucinations, right? And this is what should get you marketers excited, right? The hallucinations is when you give AI a prompt, you ask it what to do, and it just gives you something ridiculous, right? This is where creativity comes in. When you talk about hardcore business use cases, this is probably a bug, but when you think about like more artistic and creative use cases, this is definitely a feature, right? So hallucinations. Okay, let's get into some examples. I don't want to get too much into theory. I'm going to run you through a few maybe broad categories of work we've done, right? So number 1 is distribution, right? So distribution will always be a moat. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have come to the same conclusion recently. I think product differentiations, building products has become easier. What is kind of differentiating company A from company B is how much value are you able to communicate to customers, right? And that's something, so we primarily, my entire company, AOS Labs, kind of started off of a podcast. So Varun, my co-founder, he started a podcast called Overpowered AI with Tanmay Bhatt, who's a famous Indian comedian. And a lot of and that podcast went viral. It was a very fun format. A lot of companies started reaching out saying, hey, could you come build this for us? Could you come teach our employees? So we've leveraged distribution in a lot of ways, right? We've actually spun off like 3 or 4 other companies also kind of monetizing our distribution. Distribution is built through consistent value delivery to your audience, right? And I highlighted consistent because I think that's the tough part when it comes to really creating content at scale. We've solved this at some level by using AI, right? So here are 2 videos of Varun, my co-founder, and I'll play them for you.
SpaceX just set a new company record, their longest crewed mission ever, 236 days in space. But getting those astronauts back to Earth required some mind-blowing engineering. When you're returning from space, you're basically a human meteor. You're hitting the atmosphere at around 17,000 miles per hour. That's about 25 times the speed of sound. This creates so much heat that the spacecraft's heat shield has to handle temperatures over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during re-entry. But here's where it gets really interesting. Slowing down from that speed is like trying to stop a bullet with a parachute. Actually, that's exactly what they do. At 18,000 feet up, Dragon deploys its first...
All of that.
Zerodha is giving developers a whopping $1 million to build free open source projects. They're calling it the Floss Fund. But here is why this is such a big deal. You see, the backbone of almost every tech company out there, including giants like Zerodha, is built on free and open source software. Zerodha themselves say, without the high quality Floss projects that we have freely downloaded and used to build our organization, products and services, we would not exist as we do today. But here's the sad part. When a small team of passionate developers creates an amazing piece of software, they make it open source, hoping others will use it and contribute back.
Yeah, so I'll not play the entire thing. Both of those were AI-generated avatars, right? And Varun has not shot a single short-form video in about 2 months now, right? That's an avatar he created about 2 months ago, and his team has just been churning out videos on a daily basis. Now, I know the first thing that's probably coming to your mind is there's no way the audience is going to watch that, right? There's no way someone is going to be able to get a lot of traction just by using AI content, right? And that's honestly one of my, I was a doubter for a very long time, right? And then we started seeing results, right? So this is an actual screenshot from his Instagram, right? So we're talking, and every single video here is an AI-generated avatar. We're talking about 3.1 million views. We're talking about 1.1 million views. In fact, just in October alone, I think Varun as a channel, Varun on both YouTube and on Instagram did over 40 million views, right? All on his short-form content, right? And our general strategy is, I do not recommend that you guys go all in on AI content. It's always a mix of live long form and automated short form, right? And that's worked really well for us. So the live long form is like where you actually build credibility and you build value for your customers. And automated short form is where you just keep re-engaging them on a high, very frequent basis, right? And it's worked out pretty well for us. And I think these models are also just getting better and better, so it's becoming harder to kind of distinguish what's real and what's not. So in addition to that, so a lot of the content that you've also seen in those videos where you're looking at a bunch of B-roll footage, a bunch of stock footage from maybe SpaceX and Zerodha and stuff like that, we've created this tool. We actually built this for a sports magazine where you started out with a visual repository, and this is something that Sports Magazine's social media team came up with. So we built out the repository, and those guys populated it, right? And the idea was to take a bunch of images, label them in ways that were useful for them, right? So for example, the Sports Magazine would want to put in stuff like, okay, hey, which player is this? Which league is this? What is the player doing? The action is also sort of important. So you'd create a visual repository. Then the thing is, it was a sports magazine, so these guys had hundreds of writers. They had an army of writers sitting both in India, in the US, and Europe. They had an army of journalists and writers. Their specific question was, okay, how do we leverage that army of writers and kind of transform ourselves into a video company as well, right? Without hiring an army of editors to do that for them. And that's when they approached us. So the idea was to start from a visual repository, then you would input written articles, then we'd also clone voices of presenters that they wanted, and effectively, again, just using AI, this is an oversimplified representation of the process, but from the written articles, what ended up happening was you would get a script. That script would generate keywords. The keywords would go to the visual repository, obtain relevant pictures based on those keywords, and the script, again, would be, you would transfer that through text-to-speech with a cloned voice, and you would get a really nice timeline of everything put together into a custom video editor that we built for them. So where you combine videos, you combine text, and you did speech tracks, right? And everything together, I mean, we basically reduced the process. I don't know if people here can see it, but we basically reduced the standard workflow process. And these videos were not too complex, right? If you remember the videos I just showed you with Varun, those are not super complex videos, especially the short-form videos, where you just have a speaking presenter, you have a few B-roll footage, and you're still able to get millions of views, right? So we reduced what used to take like maybe 15 to 20 hours, maybe 2 or 3 days to kind of put out a single video, to a matter of 1 or 2 hours, right? Where you still had some human intervention to kind of ensure that the quality was good, maybe put a music track on top of it and stuff like that. But yeah, this is something we've actively been working on for a while now. Okay, cool. So that was content automation, like a brief glimpse into content automation. Another thing that I think has always been important is personalization, right? And I remember reading a statistic a while ago saying that, and I think the statistic was around 2006, where people, and this is when newsletters were becoming big again, a lot of blogs were going out, everyone was there was a lot of wisdom going around saying that, okay, hey, just by changing, I think there was a stat being floated around saying, just by changing the header of your email from something generic like, hi there, customer, or something, to actually saying the person's name, actually increased open rates by about 40%, right? Now think about that exact same level of personalization just happening with maybe your face, maybe with a song, right? Imagine how much more likely you would be to open a WhatsApp video. I know there's a lot of business WhatsApp messages that go out now, but how much more likely you would be to open that video if you knew that it was going to be something very unique to you, right? I think that's still very undertapped, even in 2024, right? So it's 2024, and we can personalize user experience in completely new ways, right? So some of the ones we've done quite a bit of work on is face swapping, voice cloning, and interactive messaging. Right? When I say interactive messaging, I'm talking about voice bots, chat bots, customer support bots, things like that, right? Okay, cool. So let me run you through some of our campaigns, right? So in July of 2024, we got to work with Prime Video on arguably their biggest show in India, Mirzapur. I don't know how many of you have heard of Mirzapur. It's basically India's Game of Thrones. Mirzapur was big, right? It was really, really big, and they partnered with us to do a WhatsApp campaign, right? So there were 3 parts of that WhatsApp campaign, right? Number 1 was a lip-synced video, which I'll show you a different lip sync, but the idea was the main character would be like, hey Harsha, welcome to the group, welcome to the gang. And my Hindi is terrible, so don't ask me to speak, but he'd basically be like, hey Harsha, welcome to the group, now you're part of our gang. We're excited to have you, etc. Right? And then part 2, and everything's on WhatsApp, right? So after journey 1 was completed, you'd reach journey 2, where there was a bunch of audio files. There's a bunch of audio files, and you had to guess who the villain was, right? This was not AI, but it was still part of the thing. And the part 3 was kind of the meat of the whole campaign, right? Where it was interactive, right? And this basically talks about that, right? So you would, I'll actually show you. On the next slide, I have the videos. So after I input my face, like a selfie of mine, this video plays.
हमारे इलाके में घुस के हम ही पे होशियारी खोलोगे नहीं ना?
क्या करना है इसका? फैसला सोच समझ के लीजिएगा।
फैसला हम नहीं, हमारे खास लेंगे।
Yeah, so that's my face.
दुश्मन को मुट्ठी में करना हो ना, तो बल का प्रयोग करना बहुत जरूरी, काम जल्दी हो, समझे?
या फिर बुद्धि का इस्तेमाल करो, वफादार बनाओ उसे अपना, दुश्मन के दिमाग पे अटैक करो। तो क्या चुनोगे?
Yeah, so that video gets sent to you. And then immediately after watching that video, you get this message, right? So, dekha, ab batao kya karna hai, kya karna chahiye, right? And there's two options on WhatsApp. You can either do buddhi or bal, right? So if you do buddhi, you get a video where you guys are being nice to him and you're showing him a good time. And then if you do bal, you get a video of you guys beating him up, right? And I have those two videos over here. Which one do you guys want to see? The beating up or bal? Okay, Sanjay wants to see bal. Let's do bal.
क्या करना है इसका?
फैसला हम नहीं, हमारे खास लेंगे।
तो क्या चुनोगे?
बल चुन के सही किए। ले जाओ साले को कमरे में और हमारे स्टाइल में समझाओ।
गुड्डू भैया, गुड्डू भैया।
अब तुम तैयार हो मिर्जापुर पे राज करने के लिए, हैं?
आगे बल या बुद्धि चुनने के।
I'll play the buddhi. I don't know if you guys
क्या
can
करना
see
है
it,
इसका?
फैसला हम नहीं, हमारे खास लेंगे।
तो क्या?
Did I stop it? That's so weird.
और भी मौके आए।
Strange. That's so strange. I don't know why this video stopped playing. But you guys got the point, right? So they would first ask you to choose something, and then based on what you picked on WhatsApp, you would either get one of these videos, right? Where you're beating them up or you're being nice. I don't know why this video is not playing, but yeah, that's kind of what it is. There's also a bunch of different ways you can use it, right? So that was a consumer campaign. We did something with Dawat Rice. So there were two parts to this campaign, right? Number one was for their distributors and their partners. This was basically, so they had about 3,000 or 4,000 restaurant partners, distributor partners, hotels, resorts, and such, and they wanted to send a thank you message for World Biryani Day, right? So this is, again, just very straightforward lip sync, and I'll play that for you.
Thanks, kebabs and curries. लाखों बिरयानी लवर्स को दावत बिरयानी का फाइनेस्ट एक्सपीरियंस सर्व करने के लिए ऐसे ही बिरयानी की दावत बनाएं और बनाएं।
Yeah, that was for Dawat. That was for distributors and stuff. There's the exact same technology. The exact same technology you could combine with face swap and just like combine the two, right? So this has both a lip sync part and also the entire video is face swapped with that lady's face, right?
इस दावत वर्ल्ड बिरयानी डे अगर कोई ऐसी बिरयानी बना दे तो मैं उसका असिस्टेंट ही बन जाऊं। राधिका जी शुरू करें?
सुनो बिरयानी बन गई क्या?
Yeah, so this is another campaign we've done. Similar things that we did a bunch of alumni videos for IIT Madras. We've done stuff for Bajaj, Mahindra, and again, very similar, but all of them had like slightly creative ways of doing the exact same technology, right? So you have a set of tools, and I think where a lot of the marketing brain comes in is how do you creatively use that to kind of tell a story? How do you kind of use that to create cool customer experiences, right? Yeah, this was a flowchart we actually did, and so it's not just campaigns. You can actually integrate these directly into your customer journeys. Here's an example of a car. Okay, no, this was for. I actually initially created this flowchart for a car dealership in India, but this can also be used for real estate, right? And this is an example. So user visits your website. You have a product page, a property page. The user viewing the property page submits an inquiry, right? So form, name, city, and contact info. You can pass all that information directly into a dynamic script builder where you can go, hi, and then the person's name, the specific property is a great choice. Did you know that random fact about that property? You are not alone. There were over X number of sales in the city. Other customers have already purchased a new home in your city, right? And then that goes to a video template, and then you get a personalized video message on WhatsApp and email, right? Again, it's very, we didn't really reinvent the wheel. We're using a lot of technologies. We've integrated them in creative ways. And also, yeah, just incorporating them across various touch points in your consumer journey, right, in your customer journey. Another campaign, another example is, so we did something for ITC in the UAE, right? So Sunfeast biscuits in the Middle East region. This was kind of straightforward. This was an interesting project because it was not straightforward. It was for Mother's Day, and I think one of the risks when it comes to AI and images, I don't know if you guys tried, is when you tell AI to kind of generate a photo of someone, you get 6 fingers, you get extra limbs, you get weird mutations on the person's body. And the scary thing was for Mother's Day, you don't want anyone generating a photo of their mom and suddenly they have an extra arm or a leg, right? So that was scary. And I think because it was in the Middle East, there was a lot of like Islamic sentiment that we also had to keep in mind, right? So for example, if someone uploaded a photo of their mom in a hijab, the output photo also needed a hijab, right? If someone told us that their mom makes the best food and one of the output images ends up being them in the kitchen should not have had like any alcohol references or any pork dishes in the imagery, right? So a lot of that stuff were considerations and a lot of guardrails that we had to put in place. So even though it's quite simple, it's not like really a video output. This was a very interesting campaign for us where we like really had to go to work. Okay, cool. So that's a lot of the personalization stuff we've done, right? And this is, again, a good template to think about how you could possibly use it in your business recurring. So AI voice agents, right? And I think this is still, I think there has been quite a bit of traction. There are companies that are actively using AI voice agents for customer service, for sales, and stuff like that. But I still feel like it's in its infancy, mainly because it's not the cheapest technology yet. Right? It is, when I say not the cheapest, I mean deploying stuff like this at scale and getting real-time voice, even though the infrastructure is getting better, a lot of these LLMs and voice models are also getting cheaper, especially in Southeast Asia, where we are currently, and India, Sri Lanka, I'm assuming is the same case. The cost of hiring one teleoperator is still probably cheaper than it would be to run one of these, right? But I think we're very close. We're very close. And it's also about how you guys want to think about that value, right? And I'll show you what that is. So this is a 3D walkthrough that we built out for a real estate company in India. There are 2 stacks over here, right? So number 1 is a voice sales agent, which I'll show you the full demo in a bit. But the 2 stacks are, we have a sales agent over here, where all the input were basically FAQs, brochures, and location details. That goes to an AI layer where you have an LLM with a RAG interface, and you've also a cloned voice, right? And that becomes your sales agent. The other part of the stack is a 3D environment. This is also something new we were experimenting with, which was called Gaussian splatting. Again, a new way of like really reconstructing 3D environments, right? So you have your standard. I don't know, how many of you guys are from real estate over here? No? Okay, a few. So Yeah, I mean, you have your 360 walkthroughs, you have a bunch of 3D render walkthroughs. Gaussian splatting is cool because it's one of the few ways you can very quickly from like a phone camera reconstruct a 3D environment, right? In almost photorealistic detail. So yeah, those are the two stacks, right? And I'll show you what that demo is in a bit. Let me actually pull that up. Okay, cool. So this is actually our office space. And you can see it's a photorealistic thing, and I'm literally navigating through the entire space, right? This is our actual office in Hebbal. And I will show you the voice agent in a second.
Hello, this is Rahul from Bangalore. How can I assist you today with your office space needs? I'm excited to help you explore our fantastic property in Hebbal.
Hey Rahul, could you tell me about the office?
Hello, I'm Rahul and I'd be delighted to tell you about the office space in Hebbal. It spans 5,000 square feet, featuring 3 cabins, a boardroom, a studio room, and a spacious seating area for 72. It's conveniently located on the highway for easy access. Let me know if you need more details.
Could you tell me how far we are from the airport?
Certainly. The office in Hebbal is approximately 30 kilometers from Kempegowda International Airport, which is about a 30 to 45-minute drive, depending on traffic. It's a convenient location for frequent travelers. Let me know if you need more information.
Where's the nearest supermarket?
The nearest supermarket is just 250 meters away from the office entrance, making it incredibly convenient for quick shopping trips during or after work.
I need to shoot a lot of content. Is there anywhere I can do that?
Absolutely. The office includes a dedicated studio room specifically designed for... Certainly. The office includes a dedicated studio room specifically designed for shooting content. It's perfect for creating high-quality videos or photos right on site. Let me know if you need more details or have any other questions.
That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or need further...
Yeah, so that was a very quick thing that we put together. I think one of the first things that you guys might notice is the fact that even though it does seem photorealistic, there is a slight blurriness to the thing. There are ways to get around that. I think we were limited by the fact that we were just using a phone camera. If we used like an SLR or a fancier camera, it would have been cooler. Like the output quality would have been way higher. The other aspect over here is, I think with Gaussian splatting, this particular 3D tech that we were using, it becomes important to capture all different perspectives, which again, we were kind of limited by time. So it wasn't like all perspectives. That's why you see some blurriness. But the tech is getting way better, right? So even this 3D walkthrough is going to become far, far better in the next few months, not even a few years. So that was one demo that we have. We also did something for Tata EV, which is this, right? And this is sort of a virtual showroom. Hold up.
Hey there, how can I help you today?
Hi,
could
you tell me
how
about the car?
How can I assist you today? Sure. The Tata Curve EV has no... It seems like I got cut off there. The Tata Curve EV offers a driving range of up to 585 kilometers with its 50...
I feel like it's picking up on random audio inputs. Okay, so yeah, could you tell me more about the car?
Absolutely. The Tata Curve EV is a dynamic electric SUV with a unique coupe body style. It comes in multiple variants, featuring 2 battery pack options for impressive range and performance. It's loaded with advanced features, including Level 2 ADAS for safety, a panoramic sunroof.
Could you tell me what colors you have?
Sure. The Tata Curve EV is available in 5 stunning colors: pristine white, empowered oxide, pure gray, virtual sunrise, and flame red. Each color really enhances the car's dynamic design.
Could you suggest a model for me?
Absolutely, I can help with that. First, can you tell me your budget and what features are most important to you? This will help me recommend the best variant for your needs.
I think my budget's around 15 lakhs.
In that case, I'd recommend the Creative 45 variant, priced at 17.49 lakh. It offers great features like 6 airbags, cruise control, push-button start, steering-mounted controls, and a reverse camera parking assist.
You don't have
With your
anything cheaper?
The Creative 45 variant would be an excellent choice for you. It's priced at 17.49 lakh, slightly above your budget, but offers great value with features like 6 airbags, cruise control, push-button start, steering-mounted controls, and reverse camera parking assist.
So
It's
Bangalore floods a lot. Would there be any issue?
Got it. Considering your budget and the traffic in Bangalore, I'd recommend the Creative 45 variant. It's priced at 17.49 lakh, offering essential features like 6 airbags, cruise control, and a reverse camera parking assist, which can be very useful in...
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Yeah, I think it went down the journey of suggesting a car, so it didn't answer my flooding question. But this is another example of how you could use it, right? So again, it doesn't have to, so we again used the Gaussian splat to try getting some photorealism over here, but it could be your regular car render instead, right? And putting a voice agent on top. So Tata EV, on their actual website, they do have a virtual showroom already inbuilt, but to book a curve, what you need to do right now is all these variants, they make you go through a very extensive process of kind of like picking all the specifications you need. And then only after you've picked all the specifications you need, do they allow you to actually book a call with the salesperson, right? So we were like, okay, why don't we just talk? Why don't you make it simpler? Why don't you just talk to a sales assistant? The sales assistant understands all of your requirements and then suggests a variant for you, right, like to go. And then you schedule your appointment with a human, right? So this was the second demo. Again, just talking about 3D walkthroughs. Cool. So again, depending on how you want to evaluate how valuable this is, you have a sales agent in India. These are Indian salaries, typical Indian salaries. So you've got a 9 to 5 p.m., 5-day sales agent, salary about 30,000 rupees per month. On the other hand, you could have a 24/7 multilingual expert AI agent for about 20K a month, right? So again, how you want to evaluate that is up to you. There is a setup fee. There's a bunch of like server costs associated, but the actual running of the model is about 20K a month, right? So it does become better. And this is, again, depending on your use case. So this particular number is about 50 hours per month. 50 hours of talk time per month, which we estimated to be about 20,000 rupees a month. Maybe you're pushing your salespeople a little harder than that, and so you're extracting more than 30K a month from them. But how you want to do that value calculation in your head is on you. Also, another disclaimer. I think I started with this. These technologies are getting cheaper, and the fact that you're able to put them into integrate them deeply into other workflows and other customer journeys also makes them very valuable. Yeah. Cool. Another project that we've worked on, and this is actually fairly recent, so it's not deployed yet. It's not in production. We're working with the Bangalore police. We're helping with the 112 emergency call. So Bangalore being a city, I don't know if you guys have seen the memes. There's a lot of hate for I wouldn't say hate, but a lot of aggression towards non-Kannada speakers. And a lot of people are feeling like kind of hostile, like people especially visiting the city. It's tough to talk to auto drivers, it's tough to talk to shopkeepers. A lot of people are like, why aren't you just learning Kannada, right? But I think Bangalore's position as like a tech center in the country draws a lot of people, not just from maybe North India, but also from abroad, right? So you've got like a complete mix of languages. And what happened recently, and this is what prompted them to even reach out to us, was a girl from Manipur. She didn't know English, she didn't know Hindi. She called the 112 emergency number, and she was speaking Manipuri, and there was no one in the call center that could understand her. And she was basically kidnapped, and she's gone missing now, right? So that was kind of what prompted the police to kind of seek at least some intervention in that, right? A tech intervention. And this is so funny because when we went there, we went to the Bangalore Police Command Center and we were talking to the actual call center operators. And I asked them, how do you guys handle stuff now? And this is funny, and I kid you not, but it's probably the case for a lot of countries in the world, right? And cities in the world where, so I'm sitting with them and I'm just like, okay, if I called you right now and I only spoke in Gujarati, for example, if I only spoke in Gujarati, how would you guys handle it? they were like, okay, if the operator does not know the language, they will transfer it to someone in the team who does. And I was like, okay, how do you know who else on the team knows Gujarati? And I am not kidding you. The supervisor was like, sir, they are all friends. They're all friends, so they all know who speaks what. And in my head, I'm thinking that's ridiculous. Like, how would you do this? Like, if someone was like really dying or it was an emergency, like, how do you make that call? And yeah, and then it occurred to me that this is probably not just unique to Bangalore. I think Bangalore probably is one of the better places in the country for like tech-forward government work. But then, yeah, it was kind of crazy to hear that. So what we did I'll show you a demo in a second. We came up with so there's a telephony thing. I could call a number, but I think just for the demo, because everything's connected to the computer, I'll do the web version of it. Okay, so
Bangalore Police Emergency Services. How can we help? Siddhiya kiyanna. Oyage nama saha exact sthaniyap araganna.
Hello, hello, mage nama Fahad, mang inne me MG road ekේ ඉන්නේ.
Hemanta කිසින්දු නොවන්න. අපි දැක්කම කෙවන්නෙමු. මේකෙන් කුමක්ද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ?
මගේ මේ වාහනේ හැප්පිලා මගේ මේ පොඩි ඩැමේජ් එකක් මගේ කකුලක් කැඩිලා.
අපි වහාම ආධාරය වන්නෙමු. පේන විකටදී තුවාල වුණා කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද?
ඔව් මට තමයි තුවාලේ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ.
හරි හැමන්ත ඔබ බලමින් ඉන්න. අපි ඔබට උදව් කරන්නෙමු. හැමන්ත අපි ඔබ තුලක් තත්ත්වය සටහන් කරගෙන ඉන්නේ. ඉක්මනට උදව් ලැබෙනවා.
මන් දැනගන්න කැමති හැමන්ත කියන්නේ කවුද කියලා.
I don't think you got that right. But yeah, so this is
ඔබ සිද්ධිය අපි සටහන් කරගත්තා.
So this is what it is,
මේන්න
right?
අනාගතයේදී මෙවැනි මිලාවලට වැඩි කරන්න. මෙමලහාර දැක් මේවැනි හිහිපලි බාධාවන්.
Cool. So this is what it is. I mean, thank you for that. Thank you so much. It did a few things, right? So it detected a severity level. It's low. It detected the language, Sinhala. It detected the situation, and this situation is dynamic. So there have been situations where I was testing, and I'd basically tell them, okay, I had an accident. Are you with someone else? And I'd be like, I'm with my mom, and then it wouldn't register that. But then the moment I said my mom has a broken leg, it would register, okay, hey, it would update the situation thing, right? And they already have in place ways of like automated dispatch. So depending on your location, it's able to automatically dispatch nearby police cars and patrol cars. So the idea is for us to integrate this system, provide the actual patrol car as much information as possible, right? And the entire thing happened with AI, right? And it's also dynamic in the sense the moment, so we started with Sinhala, but you can automatically switch to Hindi, English and stuff, and the AI it'll update that language, right? So this is something we did build. It's not in production yet. We're starting with a pilot with the traffic police. We're not handling crime just yet, but yeah, this is an active development right now. Okay. Yeah, this is an example. This is what I was telling you, right? So I started with, I broke my leg, and then I said, okay, hey, my mom had broken her leg, and then caller and his mother both have broken legs on Church Street. Please come with immediate assistance. Yeah. Cool. So I will wrap up. Okay, time's over. Do I 10 more minutes? Okay, cool. So I'll wrap up soon. So this is the last section, AI and storytelling. Again, just covering some of the work we've done, right? So this is, again, this was for Godrej Properties. I will tell you, so they didn't actually go live with this ad, but I'll tell you why ads like this, even efforts like this are important, right? And everything you see in this video is AI visuals and AI-generated sound and songs, right? So we did use some reference images of Godrej Properties from Google Images just to make sure we were still talking about relevant apartments and things like that. But everything, about 95% of this, what you're about to see, is AI generated.
Godrej properties अपने सेट कराए अपनी दुनिया अपनी जगह बनाए सेफ्टी और लग्जरी सब कुछ यहाँ मिले Godrej properties सबके दिल में बसे
Yeah, so I mean, I'm quite happy with that output. And when I showcased, so again, I was at a speaking event with Godrej, where I was talking to their entire their entire leadership, their C-suite. And when I showed them this video, their CMO had his hands on his head, and he was just like, Harsha, half of those properties we don't have aerial shots for, but it looks like we have aerial shots because you have the camera panning, right? So that was pretty cool. Another use case for this, right? And we've spoken to a bunch of production houses, we've spoken to media companies. They have this document called a pre-production document, which is sometimes pretty intense, right? You're talking about 300, 400 pages of a pre-production document. And the purpose of that document is to describe in extreme detail what each shot looks like, what each person is talking about, how the camera needs to move, the lighting conditions, the actors, what they're wearing, extreme detail, right? And one of the companies we had spoken to, these guys had, I mean, they were based in India, a lot of the creative team was based in India, but they also did a lot of work for alcohol companies in South America and the US. And so it was an interesting case where the creative direction was happening from India. You had a production team in Venezuela, and you had some more production people sitting out of Florida in the US. And all of these people had different ways of communicating. The Venezuela people could only speak Spanish. The American people had, I mean, American communication versus Indian communication is a little different as well. How you convey ideas is also a little different. You had all these different people trying to communicate and coordinate to create this one massive document, right? And it was the Indian team's job to kind of create that document. And sometimes it takes like maybe months to come up with this document, maybe like 1 or 2 months to actually compile a complete pre-production document. What they did instead was they used AI to create something very similar that you see over here. It was like a visual storyboard with a lot of the same camera movements, a lot of the same visuals, and that communicated far more than just like a document would have, right? And suddenly everyone was on the same page, right? You suddenly had your Venezuelan director on board with this creative person sitting in India, and the people in Florida also completely understood the picture, and it just helped them move so much faster, right? So even if you're not going for like a fully production-ready thing, stuff like this is just so helpful in getting things to move faster, right? This is something that maybe if you guys were checking out LinkedIn, I think Sal had posted quite a bit about the Dhoni ad, right? So we did this in collaboration with a marketing agency called One Hand Clap. They handle a lot of the video shooting and the execution of the campaign. We just handle the AI part, right? And again, we didn't reinvent the wheel here. We used off-the-shelf tools to help with this cloning, and honestly, it took us about half a day from our part to kind of execute it, because we used 11 Labs, which is a very popular tool. There was a little bit of fine-tuning here and there that we had to do for the pronunciation. But this thing, for how little effort that we actually put into it, got 7 million views on YouTube.
अब के बरस है ये सावन जान न मेरी ले जाए बोले जो कोयल बाहों में बोले जो कोयल
क्या बोलेगा कोयल अभी मस्त लग रहा अपना माई भाई साइकिल पे
हट साइकिल नहीं ई मोटर राइड है पेडल भी और एक्सीलेटर भी बैटरी भी फोन जैसा चार्ज होता है
क्या बात कर रहा है
हाँ तो और 70 किलोमीटर का रेंज भी देती है
वाह गाना हो या इलेक्ट्रिक साइकिल माई भाई की चॉइस एक नंबर है
खिलाफ फॉर ए रीजन
ई मोटर एंड इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक
Yeah, that's an ad with 7 million views, right? So they played upon a meme of Dhoni actually singing. I think it was some event or someone's engagement where Dhoni was sitting with a few other players, and he just breaks out into song. I think they were drunk at some level. I don't know. I don't remember the exact meme, but Dhoni started singing that song, and that meme went viral. And this was like 4 or 5 years ago. This was a play on that exact same meme where they make him sing the exact same song, right? And it's an ad for an electric cycle and still got 7 million views, right? And we spent half a day on cloning his voice and just making sure everything was right and getting the song out, right? There's a bunch of opportunities in video restyling just to make things a little more effective, a little more fun. We've tried our hand at a bunch of anime stuff. So this was for Zeroda. We did a pilot for a potential like mini series for anime where we're talking about financial crimes and how not to get scammed. That's not out yet, but I thought I'd show you a few clips of what the art style would look like. That's what's on the side here. This is again, this big video over here is from Godrej. It was for an app that they were releasing to their sales executives and their actual on-ground people about how to use a new app they had developed, right? And we shot this. Everyone that you see are engineers, my engineers, that I was like, I repurposed them to help me shoot this ad. And we restyled the whole thing into claymation, so it looks kind of cool. And it just elevates the entire quality of the video, right?
अंजलि, क्या तुम्हें पता है ये सारे टाइल्स दीवार पे कैसे लगने चाहिए? मुझे तो लगता है सीमेंट क्लेस से ये सारे टाइल्स दीवार पे लगे।
अरे नहीं यार, अधेसिव से इन टाइल्स को दीवार पर लगाना है, कि यही सही तरीका है।
मैं 20 साल से यही काम कर रहा हूँ। मैंने हमेशा सीमेंट पेस्ट ही यूज किया है।
तुमने किया होगा पहले ये तरीका इस्तेमाल, लेकिन अब काफी चीजें बदल गई है भाई, और जमाना जिस तरीके से बदल रहा है उस तरीके से हम अधेसिव ही यूज करेंगे।
तो फिर करें क्या? टाइलिंग का एसओपी कैसे देखेंगे? अगर किसी ने
Yeah, I won't play the entire video because I'm out of time, but this is an example of these are regular engineers, right? These are not actors, they're not professional in any sense. They're engineers. I plucked out of their seats and I was like, guys, we need to shoot something. So we went to this, so we're expanding the office. We went to the under construction office next door. And I was like, guys, okay, put this on, put the hats on. And we just had them speak. Then we used AI voices to get the voices a little better. We used a restyle function. There's a bunch of flows, like open source flows that you can make use of to do this. I think it's also coming packaged in a few tools as well. But yeah, we did a claymation restyle over the whole thing. And yeah, we were able to kind of put out something that was far more high quality. If I showed you the actual raw footage, maybe I should have, in retrospect, I should have actually showed that here. So you guys could see just how much I feel like the quality is elevated just by doing a restyle, right? It looks like a cleaner package altogether. Another thing that we're exploring recently, and this is the last thing I have for you, is in addition to a lot of the combining of different pieces of content to automate it, we're also trying to do dynamic graphics, right? And this is particularly, I don't know how many of you guys use Spotify over here. So do you know what Spotify Wrapped is? Like at the end of every year, it tells you exactly what you've done. They're doing that at scale. It's a piece of content that they've automated and it's being delivered to you at scale, right? And it's very personalized. Everyone loves their Spotify Wrapped. They share it. There's been a lot of case studies about how much they're sharing it. That is an example of like dynamic graphics, right? Where you've used a tool, you've used a product, and that product's telling you exactly how you used it, right? And this is something we were doing for a investment management firm.
Hello, Srijan. I am Vaibhav Porwal,
very rough,
co-founder
very rough.
and PMS principal officer at Deserve. Welcome to your PMS portfolio review. In this video, we will cover your overall PMS portfolio overview, summary of strategies you have invested in, and our recommendation for you. You've invested a total of 70 lakh in our PMS, which has grown to 1.1 crore, which is an absolute return of 57%. Let's go deeper into the equity portion of your portfolio. Of the 70 lakh invested in our PMS, all the 70 lakh has been invested in our flagship ERS strategy.
Yeah, okay, not getting too deep into it, but the idea was combining dynamic graphics with an AI avatar, with stock footage, everything put into a really neat package. You could really automate content to quite a heavy scale, right? And that's one of those things we're exploring. I feel like you will still need human-generated content. You really need to still sit and shoot some amount of content, but there's a huge room to automate at least stuff like this, right? And we have evidence to show that it's still pretty effective, like across the board. Yeah. I'm done, but I thought I love always ending my slides with these two particular pictures, right? So in 1988, there was a bunch of protests against calculators. Math teachers were on the street saying, okay, hey, like we need to ban calculators. But I think everyone uses calculators. We take it for granted now. This is again 2023, where the Writers Guild of America was had another similar strike over the use of ChatGPT. I don't think, I mean, back then, maybe it was in question whether calculators would go somewhere or not, but I think the fact that we all have them in our pockets now is testament to the fact of how useful they are. I think ChatGPT and LLMs and AI in general, they're going nowhere. It's going to be on us, and it's going to be some effort to kind of figure out the best ways to use them, not just from a business perspective, but from also like a people perspective, like how can we empower the everyday person, right? So yeah, that's about it. Yeah, that's my talk. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being such a wonderful audience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we give Harsha another big hand, please? Come on, put your hands together. Okay, so we're hoping there have been some questions generated using the QR codes, because now we're going to get into our panel discussion. Apart from the two speakers that you saw earlier, we're going to have a third personality on stage, and let me tell you who that is. It will be Jeremy Xiao, who is the Regional Chief Operating Officer and Head of Client Experience at Asia Pacific. He's a seasoned leader with over 20 years of experience who has worked with some of the world's most renowned brands across diverse industries. Currently serving as the Regional Chief Operating Officer and Head of Client Experience for Asia Pacific at Allison, a global integrated marketing and communications consultancy. In addition, Jeremy is the chair of the Public Relations and Communications Association, APAC, where he collaborates with industry leaders to tackle critical challenges and drive impactful changes across the PR landscape in the APAC region. Let's give Jeremy a big round of applause. Everybody, come on, put your hands together. Apart from that, he will be joined by Harshvardhan Reddy, who you just heard, along with Sanjay Nair, who you heard earlier. Can we welcome our panelists to the stage? Please join us. And a big hand for our moderator, Shezri. Come on, put your hands together, everybody. Here we go.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. Wonderful presentation, and welcome, Jeremy.
Thanks.
So straight off the cuff, Harsha, you have a lot of questions coming in.
Okay. Awesome.
I'll keep it till the end.
Sure.
Okay. Jeremy, I'd like to give you an opportunity just to share your views on this. You've been an industry pro in PR. You're heading leadership bodies in Asia Pacific region as well. How is AI shaping the industry in terms of PR, response to crisis, and so on? Any views you can share over the last 2 years, how it's shaping up?
I see it as a coin with two sides, and a lot of the opportunities have been talked about by Sanjay in terms of the way it can drive efficiencies. We're definitely seeing new ability to rechange the way we consult and counsel our clients with new service lines, the ability to predict and anticipate issues. You know, I've seen a lot of brands pre-days of predictive analytics, for example, would try to react to any issues, and that sometimes people stop talking about that, and when they react, it starts a whole new cycle, right? So that's the external use of how technology has helped. But internally, I think the big conversation that we're seeing a lot of our clients is how can they assure employees, the internal communications part that we're being brought in as well, the internal communications around big organizations and the use of AI, and how can they assure employees around job safety and all that. So that's the change management piece that a lot of public relations firms are also getting brought in. So yeah, the TLDR is there's been a lot of external usage of services and capability that AI has driven. But internally, public relations teams have been brought in to address change management and assurance, which is, as what Sanjay talked about, they were all very critical in driving adoption.
Are you asked the famous question, can we use AI to amp up the volume, the PR aspect of it? Are you asked this question frequently? Are you forced to bring in AI to a campaign or your PR efforts and so on? especially now?
I think that's I think for a long time, the PR industry was built on very seasoned, experienced people who came with wise wisdom to say, been there, done that, don't jump off the cliff. Right? That's, I think right now, the ability to predict scenarios and permutations, I've seen the ability to stress test a message to a certain segment so that the organization doesn't come across tone deaf is critical and is very beneficial. We work with a client who had a very issues-laden brand. They had a lot of things that people don't understand about their business. For a long time, they put out statements out there that their stakeholder groups went, these guys sound tone deaf. And what we'll be able to do is put through various models to try to see the stakeholder groups react to those messages, because words are subjective, across cultures and across languages, and they were definitely getting better in terms of being able to address and talk. So in summary, I think that it has made these senior advisors even more, I would say, more smarter, a lot more real with the terrain they're operating in. I saw that as a great additive to the public relations function.
So maybe a view from all three gentlemen here, about the openness for AI campaigns. You've heard about what happened with Google and Apple, where they have to pull out advertisement because it was too close to home, I would say, taking out the human connection of things. Any view about the balance, what we should do and what we shouldn't do? Maybe Jeremy, we start with you.
Me?
Yes, please.
Oh. I think, platforms are a lot more smarter today in putting, like you look at TikTok, they do have a function when you deploy an AI program, you can say that this was generated on AI. So, the platform owners has gotten a little smarter on that. When I think about the examples you listed about Google running AI campaigns, I also think that consumers are a lot more forgiving today. They go like, look, we get it. It's a tech company. At least they're doing it. But I think where Google did do well is they did come out to say, look, we'll get better at this, right? I think that's the recovery. The service recovery was really great as well. So I think that, in summary, I think that brands are what we're seeing, especially with fast-forward tech companies, are very open to them doing something different. But the key point is they also expect when it fails that these fast-moving, forward-looking companies come out and say, hey, we can get better, we screw up, we are going to adapt and all that, right? I think that the consumers that accept those products and buy into those companies realize that they too know that AI is a developing conversation.
Interesting answer. Harsh, any views on that question?
Sure. So, instantly when you asked that question, I was thinking about this ad campaign that Fiverr put out saying, who cares? The entire campaign was who cares, right? And the entire video was a very AI-generated video, but the message was, who cares if it's AI-generated, right? At the end of the day, customers, audience members, and us as humans, we're looking at output quality. We're looking at, okay, hey, is this fun to watch? Is this engaging to watch? And I feel like right now, the gap between good quality content and where AI is still considerable. But I feel like that gap is getting smaller and smaller, right? Where a lot of the highest quality content is still very human-led and very intelligently put infographics and information delivery. I think AI is getting there, right? I feel like it's a matter of time. But right now, it does seem slightly eerie, and I don't think it's the most efficient way to do content yet. But it's getting there, yeah.
Sanjay?
Well, I think they've covered most of it, but I would say, I would quote Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility, right? At the end of the day, we are human beings, and we would love to know what is real and what is not, right? So it's about, as a brand, as a business, the transparency you build into your communication. I don't think there is any harm in using AI, and like Harsha said, AI is only going to get better and better. But then there's no reason why you can't be transparent about it. That this is an AI-generated ad, or this is an AI-generated model, or this is an AI-generated, chatbot. I think it's really important, because at the end of the day, you're talking about trust, between a brand and a consumer. And if you can't build transparency, you kind of jeopardize the trust. And that has long-term implications on how successful you are. So I think it's important to be transparent. I think the other aspect is also a little bit about the ethics of using AI, right? I see a lot of the chatbots, using the female voice. And you already have a situation where there's so many stereotypes, when it comes to, the position of men versus women. And you don't want another generation of, people growing up just, kind of seeing women just taking orders, for all kinds of things, right? So it's again, when you're developing those chatbots, are you really thinking about being clear about giving it a robotic voice, maybe, not a male or a female, just so that you're not kind of reinforcing those biases and those stereotypes that already exist within the society. So I think those are the couple of dimensions I think brands should think about.
I just want to say to that point about transparency, I remember for a long time, the beauty industry was very adamant about not using stock images in their ads, because you can't have a stock image and then you talk about how nice this eye makeup would look on you, right? I saw certain industries will regulate themselves, right, in terms of when is it the right time for us to really allow the use of stock images in the industry. Would there be the right time to allow AI-generated videos and all that? And I think different industries will continue to regulate themselves. But I still think in every stage there was a need for brands to be upfront and be a little wiser on when they can deploy an AI creative or not, right?
On that point, should a brand state this was built on AI for their marketing campaigns?
Well, I would say yes, absolutely.
I think that over-communicating in certain things and in this aspect wouldn't hurt. I feel that if you, and it's about how you communicate it, do you put a small disclaimer there or do you just proactively talk? But I don't think this aspect of over-communicating, especially if this is developing conversation or this is developing situation, I don't think it will hurt.
Sorry, if I could just add. The reason I said communicate is it's not just about advertising. It's also to tackle the whole issue of misinformation, right? So the same principles apply broadly as a society. It applies the same context from a regulatory perspective. It's the same thing in terms of behavior, and it's the same thing from a liability and accountability perspective. So the more businesses start setting the right example in terms of transparency, the better they can expect everyone else to follow, in just my humble view.
Sanjay, I have written down a few questions because your framework was a lot to take, but it was insightful at the same time. You mentioned, let me just draw that up. Yep, there we go. Deploy, reshape, invent. For a company looking at taking it in phases, might not have the resources required to go all in, can we take it in a step-based approach, or does it need to be looked at parallelly?
I think that's a great question. And the way I look at it, and I probably should have spent more time, is it's like a portfolio of value plays, right? So it's not necessarily one step to the next, but at the same time, it does not mean you have to do everything at the same time, right? Deploy is the starting point. That's where you start exposing your teams to the power of AI, and you start seeing some of the value come from it. But reshape is where you fundamentally start seeing tangible value translate into your bottom line, which is important for convincing the leadership and the board to invest more into this, right? Because as I said, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's not like you will do it once and you'll have to, So I think a bit of simultaneous exercise is not a bad idea. But again, you can choose your use cases. You don't have to pick 100 use cases. You can just pick, let's say, if you're a CPG, and just focus on marketing. Harsha gave you such a brilliant presentation on all the use cases that are available. So maybe you just want to think about that and look at the workflow and reimagine what capabilities you build in-house, what capabilities you need to outsource, and how you see the returns coming from it. And once you see that working, then you can look at other functions, right? And invent is not necessarily something that everybody can do. It requires very high degree of engineering talent within the organization, it also requires a lot of first-party data. So you need to see where you are in the maturity of, overall digital transformation within your business before you embark on those journeys. So I would say kind of pick and choose, but not step by step, simultaneously.
Can I just say that I really like your session? I mean, I like both your sessions for various reasons, but one thing that I really picked up on Sanjay's session is I felt that it gave me that level of urgency on what, and then that level of assurance that there are smart people out there that's figuring that out, and it's all wrapped around how we're going to approach this, right? And so I really like that. But also I can say you really open up my imagination, man. Like I come with like intellectualness on both sides of these gentlemen. There's urgency, there's assurance, and then there's inspiration. So I didn't contribute much. I just sat down there, I was just in awe of these two gentlemen.
Yeah. I think Shezri's mandate to me was just expand minds. Like when they reached out and they were like, okay, Harsha, we'd love to have you as a speaker. I was like, what do you want me to talk about? And they were just like, expand people's minds, just show.
So the common feedback that comes from the marketing fraternity is there's a lot of AI summits that are happening. I think last week there were 2 or 3 in Colombo. It's a lot of strategy, very top line. Sometimes there's not a lot that you can take away from it and then go into implementation. I think both presentations that you gentlemen made were very timely as well. I do have another question for you on the 10-20-70 rule, people and process. While it's all well, you can do training, you can do reskilling, but there will always be a percentage of the workforce that might get redundant. Is that part and parcel of transformation, or do you have a different view to that?
I think with every technology disruption, there'll be winners and losers, right? Whether you're a business or whether you're an employee. That's just the fact of life. And with AI, that disruption is accelerated at a different pace. So I think what is important is, for companies to imagine from a more futuristic perspective, what is that functional transformation look like in terms of the organizational design, the roles, and the skill sets that are required. But more importantly, I mean, this again goes back to the point I was making previously, just the way you build trust with your consumers, you also need to build trust with your employees by being transparent about it, right? So you need to explain the journey that you're in, why you're into the journey, what does that mean in terms of opportunities and challenges, and then offering the opportunity to upskill and to reskill. And there'll be some, actually most, that will come along with the journey and kind of learn those skills and adapt, and some won't. I mean, that's just the way businesses always worked. It's no different in terms of AI.
Just a reminder to the audience, you can scan the QR code, submit a question, or we are a small crowd, so feel free to raise your hand and you can send the mic across as well. Right, I'll move on to Harsha. Okay, Harsha, you shared some incredible projects. Mm-hmm. Is there a project that still makes you nervous in terms of technology? Oh no, we are not there yet. Maybe we shouldn't go to market with that kind of campaign. Anything that's still developing that you wouldn't, bet some money on?
Right now, I think text to video is still kind of scary. So, because those outputs, even though a lot of the tech demos that you see are fantastic and they look magical. I don't know if you guys saw OpenAI Sora and Runway ML. All these video models are so fantastic, right? But I think those are still kind of scary for me to go to actually create a campaign with. Mainly because the outputs are so unpredictable, right? And I think, even though I kept saying that the unpredictableness is sometimes a benefit, I feel like you still need to have some control if you're making it a user experience and you're attaching a brand name to it, right? That becomes important for brands, right? You don't want it to be too open-ended. I think video is not there yet, yeah, and that's something. Maybe in the next few months, if more creative control is introduced. We're not creating video models from scratch, guys. So we are very much consumers of APIs, especially in this case. So yeah, if some more creative control comes in, that's probably the next next frontier of campaigns, which we'll be crafting. Yeah.
So I think you partly answered my next question as well, which was going to be what's the next 365 going to look like? I think video is going to be huge.
Video is going to be huge. I think video is going to be big. Yeah.
But brands such as McDonald's and so on are already putting TV commercials out there.
Sure.
What's happening there? Is it some other technology in play and so on?
So those are, I mean, that's the difference, right? You could talk about ad campaigns as probably what McDonald's is doing and as AI films, where you have a team sitting down and creating these different assets and then combining them together into a well thought out production, and that's being put out on social media and whatnot, versus consumer campaigns, which are consumer experiences effectively, right? And that's something, the personalized campaigns is where the challenge comes, but I think AI being used in films is already quite extensive, right? So one of our videos, recently we did a video, so in addition to this AI company that I'm running, there's I guess a bunch of sister companies as well, and one of them does content like really heavily, and they did a video on ISRO, so India's space research organization. And I think 80% of that, it's a long video, right? It's like about 20 minutes, and about 80% of all the visuals in that are just AI. It's like AI visuals, you know? Aside from the presenter speaking and aside from some of the infographics, a lot of the storytelling was done with AI, right? Yeah.
I just want to add to it, like, no, when I was watching the example with the Amazon Prime,
sure,
it started getting me thinking, like 10 years ago, if you work for a social media agency, you know, the ad agency will come up with a really nice TVC, and the social media agency would then have to figure out, is it built for social? How do we cut it for social? How do we write the Facebook message or the tweet?
Yeah.
That, you know, that was 10 years ago, right? Today, I think that the next step, I look at it right now, I go like, maybe the brand or the ad agency will create that brand film. The social agency needs to figure out if it could work on Instagram and all that, but then also to engage on social and platforms like TikTok. Can we incorporate Gen AI to this to then bring the consumers into the ad campaign, into the social media campaign, right? And that's like, so today, if you're going to write that script, you need to then envision, I see it as a static script, I see it as a static image, but then can I draw the consumer in with the storyline that I create on this brand film into where generative AI is part of it, which I think would be, I think would just continue to push the creative discipline on getting them to think more holistically as well, right?
Sanjay? These gentlemen are talking about ads and external audiences. I'll give you an example of internal audience and also the use of technology, and Harsha, tell me if this makes sense or not. But, you know, like all of our executive leadership teams, we send these long emails to the organization talking about, you know, how we're doing across different initiatives, and like we all hope and assume they've read it, but let's be honest, like more than half of them are not going to read the entire email, especially if it's filled with data and information, right? So we recently experimented with Knowledge LM, which essentially translates and converts, you know, any amount of information into a podcast format, right? So it just digested volumes of, you know, information and converted that into a 5-minute podcast, and within a matter of minutes, you know, in a very conversational format. And so we started inserting that in those updates, and suddenly the amount of questions and interactions and engagements we started seeing across the organization on those topics was unbelievable, because they just made it so simple to understand and converse that you could internalize all those numbers, like where you're performing, not performing, what you're doing better, what you're not doing better. And then, so it's not just external, I just think, it's also, you know, how you use these tools for internal communication and improving the effectiveness is quite there.
So obviously scale is something AI facilitates in a big way rather. We can make another Sanjay, we can make another Jeremy, we can make another Harsha. But at the same time, there is another Harsha in the world that can be used for other things. Does that scare you? That can be managed? So these are some of the questions some of the brands have as well. Be it creating influencers, or be it creating a digital twin of their CEO so that they can visit more factories and so on. But at the same time, there's another twin of their CEO that can be used for other stuff. Any views on that aspect of things?
Harsha can give you a more informed view, but I think we should be honest, it is quite scary, right? It is quite scary because it is moving at a pace that humanity has not ever seen before, right? So if you look at any big technology shift in the past, and we say, oh, we've always embraced. We went from steam engine to this, we went from print to this, and we went from, internet to social. But that took a lot of time, right? And if you look at enterprise technology, cloud computing, we're talking about the potential of cloud computing for over a decade. It is only now that it's like 25% going mainstream. But this one is moving at breathtaking speed. Within 24 months, it's gone from just ChatGPT taking text to multimodal to now we're talking about AI agents. And AI agents are like without human in the loop. So it is scary. But at the same time, it is not scary to the point that you shun it away. I think the more scary it gets, the more curious you need to be about learning, the more, adventurous you need to be about embracing. But I think you need to build that mindset of experimenting, learning, and adapting. Like that just will become a default. Whether you're an individual or you're a business, that has to be the only way to keep up. Because, like I said, if the value chain is 0 to 10, we keep saying human is relevant like from 0 to 4, and 5 to 10 is AI. But then AI creeps in. Then it says AI is 7, then human is 3. Then AI is 8, then human is 2. But irrespective, there is still value in human in the loop, right? So what is that value? You'll only find out if you're in it and if you're using it. Staying away is not going to help.
Any different views to that, gentleman?
I'll leave him to say, because I know he's got the most intelligent stuff. But I'll give you an example, right? Look, if I were to say there's the ability to create another Jeremy, my wife would say, there's only one husband. I cannot deal with another one of these fellas. I'm so done with it. My daughter would say, yeah, I would love to have many more of my papa so I can spend 24/7 with my papa, right? And then the community around me will regulate, okay, this is a good part. Yeah, Jeremy, the annoying husband, let's not do any more of that. Jeremy, the fun, kind papa, that we like. So I think that the wisdom of the crowds, as what we saw on social media, would kind of regulate that, right? The good stuff, the bad stuff. And I think that at least what I do hope. I kind of trust the process around transformation at times. And I know that at the end of the day, this group outside the world will find some way to come together to say this bad, this good, this not so good, and maybe this should be a developing situation. Yeah, so that's my layman's take on it, man.
Okay, so I actually agree with that. I think that was pretty insightful. First, I also agree with Sanjay because I've thought about this a lot, right? And I get asked this by a lot of customers as well. Where does this go? How do you ensure safety? I don't think there's an effective way right now. There's no answer to it right now, right? And I think it's a very serious concern. There are things, like tiny things we can do personally about just how much data we put out online and how much information we share. Being a little more careful. Increasingly, you've seen people, when they post photos of their children online, they blur out the children's faces. Things like that, right? Those are probably things we can do on our own. But the technology it is getting scary. I think these kind of measures are becoming more and more essential. I'll give you an example. Just the other day, last week, I went for a run in Bangalore in Cubbon Park, and I finished my run at 7:30 a.m. and I called my dad for just the heck of it, right? Just to call my dad. I don't call him at 7:30. In fact, I call him very rarely in general because I see him on the weekend. He lives in the same city. I see him on the weekends. So I don't call him, but I thought, let's call him. I called him at 7:30, and after the standard hi, hello, he was like, is this an AI voice? He asked me, is this an AI voice? And I was shocked. I was like, what do you mean? And he was just like, and also, I don't know, maybe my voice was also kind of like monotonous at that point. And he's like, I don't know, is this my son? and I was just like, yeah, Dad, it is. He's like, I never know. Like, I don't know if you're running an experiment on me. Since when do you call at 7:30 in the morning? And I tweeted about it. It was quite funny, but yeah, there's no real way to really curb this. It's just about being careful. And maybe that was smart of my dad. Just double check,
Oh, he wants you to visit him more often.
Sorry?
He wants you to visit more often.
Yeah, he does.
But I think just to that point, I was quite surprised. Recently, I saw this advertisement, and there was a story in BBC talking about the Prime Minister of India coming out and putting a video statement talking about all these calls and video messages that are coming from digital are not actually from police or income tax, or, they were literally defrauding citizens in the country, left, right, and center, millions of them. So the Prime Minister had to come out and make the statement that if police has to interrogate you, they'll do it in person, not doing digitally, right? So the issue around deep fake, which is what we're talking about, it's a real thing. It's not fictional, right? And I think my biggest worry is not so much the technology. Of course, we will learn how to adapt. It's like the policy making does not keep pace with technology. It's way behind. It's always trying to catch up. So I think as businesses, as individuals, I think we just need to be collectively aware and act responsibly as much as possible.
Another note on that, actually, just really quick, right? So one of these IPL teams had reached out to us, and they wanted us to translate a bunch of their videos. The players spoke in English, and they wanted us to translate into like local languages, right? And they also wanted us to create AI avatars, and I think state of the art is this tool called HeyGen. A lot of the production videos we do end up using HeyGen. So the thing is, you need explicit consent from each of the players to create these avatars, right? And since we were already talking to the team was like, can you ask HeyGen to provide, like, just let us create these avatars without explicit consent, because we have a blanket consent for the entire team to use their interviews and all their material. And it became quite intense, where I think I went multiple steps up the ladder. I was trying to reach out to people, and I'm just like, hey, is this possible? And just I got a hard no at each step, right? And they were just like, it's our thing, right? It's our value. We are not, unless we get explicit permission from each of the players. And their point was fair also. They were like, the people who will appreciate this level of stonewalling is probably the players themselves, right? Where the players would not want their content and their avatars to be used, right? So I think there's a lot of scope for companies themselves and the providers of these technologies to be responsible. But I don't think there's a way to stop the progress. It's about us being aware and us like double checking, and also companies have a responsibility like themselves to kind of just ensure that there are checks and balances in place.
So for the benefit of the audience, we have a legal expert coming for the second session, so we'll ask these same questions and see how he responds to these questions. So I'm going to take a few questions from the audience now, starting with you, Jeremy. Just let me go there. Yes. I think you've answered this question, but I'll still read it out if you want to add on it. Yeah. How are you seeing the PR industry transforming with AI? I think you briefly touched on it before this. Interesting question here. PR has generally been a bit backward, even in digital. What makes you think it can ride the AI wave?
Sorry, can you repeat that question a second? PR
Sure.
has always been a little backdated. How do you what?
PR has generally been a bit backward, even with digital.
Yep.
What makes you think it can ride the AI wave?
I think that, in a way, that there are two fronts about it. I think the first one is it's still a human-driven consulting business, right? And I think that we've seen the PR industry learn, in a good or bad way, on how slow they were with digital transformation and what they could have done better, right? So I think that the first transformation or technology transformation for the PR industry was digital transformation. And they've seen that, and I think that most of them have come out, and now they're level setting that then there are frameworks and there are practices and all that to change. So that's point number one. So I think they're ready for another round of transformation. The second thing, I do think that it's, and I say it from an industry body perspective, is, PR teams do need to also start rethinking about their impact on organizations, the role of public relations. So just the role of advertising went through that evolution. I think the role of public relations within an organization needs some thinking, and we need some rejuvenation as well, right? So I think a combination of that, I would trust the process that transformation, the industry has built that resilience. And I think that a lot of PR teams and PR organizations are rethinking about their impact. I think those two add up. I go like, that's a good progress. But yeah, Sanjay, you've been for my world. What do you think?
No, he's absolutely right. Just to add and build on to Jeremy's point, I think, again, going back to those three plays of deploy, reshape, and invent, the fundamental value that a PR practitioner brought to clients or in-house is, first and foremost, knowledge. right? Now that is just a query away on ChatGPT. Second is content, right? So PR agencies or in-house teams create a lot of content. That again is getting totally automated, with these tools. So there is a fundamental question around the core value that not just agencies, but also in-house teams, what do they bring? And therefore, I feel relative to other industries, the need to invent new business models and new product offerings that take your value proposition beyond the baseline capability, which is getting automated, and then adds value to whether to in-house or to the clients. That is going to be the trick. And some companies are already doing a great job. Allison is doing a fantastic job in this, in terms of crisis communications, in terms of how you look at corporate reputation and others. But some others have not really looked at it that seriously. They're still into training and basics. So I think you need to really reimagine your business. What are you going to be selling in 2 years is fundamentally different from what you're selling today. So, if it makes sense.
Yeah, one last thing I add. I think the makeup of PR teams today compared to 10 years ago are very different as well, both on the in-house, on the consultancy side. The addition of visual storytellers, a lot of people got into the world of PR because they're really good with words. The addition of that aspect has been there. The addition of data analysts or data scientists into PR teams or data strategists. I'm seeing a lot more than what it was 10 years ago. Again, these are all, I like to say, positive signs. And the last bit, which I really tell all my senior comms clients across the region, one thing that I hope that they feel excited by is that generative AI hopefully can give them more time to sit down in the boardroom to counsel and consult their stakeholders and spend less time doing, because if they gain from the deficiencies, hopefully they see this as an opportunity to get that serious conversation around, do you think we're being tone deaf? Do you think that we are lying? Do you think that we're trying to whitewash things? And have that conversation in the boardroom with, as you see what Harsha showed, that imagine if a PR person can go to their CEO and say, look, we don't have time to flesh out what a real clarification video would be, but we work with the team to come up with that video that you saw and this is how a clarification video would be able to demonstrate our stance on, fossil fuel, for example. Like, don't poke holes on the treatment, poke holes on the point that we're trying to make, Mr. CEO or Mrs. CEO. And so that, I think, is a good thing. And I think that's the bonus that I'm excited about the world of how AI can impact public relations.
Thank you. Sanjay, the audience question for you, I'll read out. I need to convince my CEO about AI. He still has a secretary and asks her to type emails. How can I convince someone like him to use AI? Help.
Okay, that's a tricky question. I think you realize the power of AI when you start using it, right? So you need to somehow try and get your CEO to use it. Right? Not to use it in a very sophisticated way, but just use it in his or her day-to-day work, right? So Copilot is a good example of how, it could summarize emails and automatically start crafting responses on the behalf of, so you don't have to tell your assistant to do it. You start doing that. Then, your CEO, I'm sure, is going to make a presentation, right, outside, and you say, why don't you use ChatGPT as a sparring partner to see if what you want to say will resonate with the audience that you're trying to. So I think there are small baby steps that you can take where you need to treat the CEO just as you would treat any individual, to say, he or she needs to get excited about the technology first and foremost himself, right? Before listening to all the management speak about value and transformation, all these massive jargons, as an individual, you need to get excited. If you get excited, that feeds into your curiosity. You want to learn more. And that's when you start showing the dollar. Like, there is no CEO in this world who will not understand the language of dollars, right? So whether it's dollar efficiency or is this dollar top line growth. So work backwards from there. So instead of getting into the tech and the algo conversation, which may overwhelm the CEO, talk about ROI, right? That is usually a good starting point for people to understand, that they need to invest. And also put some fear of God, do you want to stay in the business in the next 2 to 3 years? here's what is going to happen if we don't embrace this technology, right? So I think a combination of that, depending upon the personality of your CEO. So don't quote me and don't apply it necessarily. Some carrot, some stick, a combination of those two, I guess.
I feel like, Sanjay, we've seen this in social media. I'll give you an example, right? So I was several years ago, I had a chief communications officer that was trying to convince her CEO to go on LinkedIn, right? And he's like, well, my assistant has my login to my LinkedIn, so like, yeah, if I want you to show me what you're going to write about me and post it, and I'll clear it, and then you can post it, right? Because he wasn't going to do anything himself. Let me put it, he's a service provider. He provides, without going too much on the organization, he provides hardware for big telcos, right? So the chief communication officer, okay, I'll take over your social media handle. I'll just put in one update on LinkedIn around what you're seeing on the trend, very short. And suddenly there was some reaction from his peers. The 5 top telcos in the country that he was operating suddenly just commented, just did a like. And she just went back, hey, I don't know whether you think that this social media real or not, but I just posted something about your observation, and your 5 biggest stakeholders just commented, say, good one. And that's when you go, I need to take this LinkedIn thing seriously, right? And I think that was there. It was a very harmless way of how she got him to be on LinkedIn. And from there, he realized, and she's like, my goal is to help you put out updates on LinkedIn. This is, again, for 5 years ago. And all we want is all your stakeholders to say, comment, and say, good one. And that's where he go like, oh my goodness, I could do this networking thing from where I'm based in Taiwan, right? So I think that's an example of that whole start small, need to understand the psyche of that CEO or what he or she wants, and then build from there. Yeah.
Thanks. Harsha, over to you from the audience. First, very direct question is, can the Sinhala be improved? Can the Sinhalese that you put on that app be improved?
I think so. A lot of this is a function of how much training data it received. I mean, we've struggled with like local South Indian languages also, right? Like Tamil, and I think Tamil is actually quite well supported digitally. Kannada we've struggled with. We've had to find like workarounds with that. It's just a function of that, right? So if there's a lot of Sinhala content going on online, and there's a lot of, I think, available training data, I think these models will get better. That being said, there's a lot of research also going into creating higher quality voice models without training data, because I think that's also a requirement, especially there's a series of languages that are dying across the country, across the world, right? And just making sure those languages stay as well. So the research has been put for those particular languages, but I think across the board it could be used to even create languages for smaller spoken populations. Yeah.
So just to follow up to that, so we talk about hallucination, minor issues while you were presenting as well. I go back to your presentation as well, the benefit versus the cost. But marketers in this room, they demand they are perfectionists, and after all, rightfully so, because their campaign is representing their brand name. How much is okay in terms of performance, issues that come up? For example, if 95% works flawlessly for you, is that okay based on the technology that's currently available, or do you go for perfection as well?
So I think it depends on, obviously, the use case, right? Some things, for example, in the face swap stuff, and maybe I showed an example of the ITC use case, right? Over there, you can't have mistakes, right? And some of the ways we control that was, instead of allowing the image model to generate completely random stuff, we gave it a large set of clean references. When I say clean references, I'm talking about maybe like 200 good images of a kitchen, what a kitchen should look like. So there's ways to control that on the back end, especially in places you're scared, right? The kitchen was something we were particularly scared of. So we were like, okay, cool, let's put like 200 reference images in the back end. Examples like the voice bot, again, there's a journey that you can design. This was very much a demo, right? It was very rough. It's not nearly ready for production. It's something we are building out with Tata EV, so eventually it's going to reach a higher degree of perfection. Some of the issues over here, I think, was some mic. It was picking up mic input, so it was interrupting on its own. Some of the journeys were not fully fleshed out yet, in the sense that I was trying to book. But that all comes down to journey design, right? And those are probably controls that we will be able to include. I don't think there's a number like 95% or 90% I can throw out there, but it's all going to come down to the use case, right? Where I think if something like, and it also it comes down to the use case effectively, right? So something like a car salesman, a virtual showroom, it's acceptable if the car messes up some stuff maybe about your city. I brought up some flooding thing with Bangalore, right? And it didn't answer that right. I think those are all acceptable, but if it tells you a wrong price, if it gives you a wrong variant, if it tells you the wrong kilowatt hour stuff, that's when it gets kind of shaky. And that, like exhaustive testing is never going to be possible with systems like this, because you're not programming everything, right? But testing the use cases that matter the most is definitely an internal, even identifying those use cases, those test cases is definitely an internal exercise, and probably comes with experience, right? And that's something we'll be sitting down with the Tata EV team and kind of like figuring out. But yeah, I can't throw a number like 90, 95%. It's going to differ from use cases. Yeah.
Sanjay, back to what you said, the benefit outweighs some of the cost and some of the other things that are involved. I think that's what you mentioned in your frameworks as well. Yeah.
I think Harsha's answered it really, really well. It depends upon the use case, depends upon the audience, it depends upon the channel. I think there's different degrees of liberty that you can take with what is fully packaged and versus what is a little bit, I think I'm also surprising to see that consumers sometimes appreciate that it's not fully perfect. That it is still, it feels raw, it feels more real.
It feels cool.
Yeah, it feels cool. So I think, again, be transparent, in terms of what it is, what it's trying to do, and I think people can be more forgiving given it's new technology.
So gents, how would you react to this? I feel like, and I love for the three of you to share your take as well. I feel like if it's about your core service, your core product, you need to be really good about making sure that it's flawless, right? If your core theme of that ad campaign is about reliability, then what you develop either as a video or an app needs to be. But if there are other things that are peripheral to that, and I don't know what that would be, then sometimes, if you, with the right amount of transparency and the right amount of like testing, done is sometimes better than perfect in those things. And I think that balance needs to be looked at as well. Like I don't think any, if you're going to talk about this is the most reliable laptop, and then the AI video that you did had glitches, then I think that kind of falls. So I think we need to look at it from that lens as well. Like, is this our core service? Is this our core offering? If it is, then yes, we need to stick to these guidelines around flawless. But we don't talk, if this is not our core service and it's neither our core offering and we want to experiment with images, why not? I mean, there has to be some testing ground, right?
So I have one last question, but before that I want to check with the audience. Would anyone like to ask a question from the panel?
I think we're standing between them and lunch,
Yeah. So, you want to say something?
No, I was just saying, last question is, when are you going to stop asking questions?
Just one more and I'm done. So, Harsha, this is for you, and I think sounds like the same person who asked for help is asking this as well. You're not a marketer, but you're a techie.
Sure.
My team are full of creatives and marketers. How can I get a team like that, or more like you rather, to upskill themselves and bring more AI innovation into my team?
Okay, so honestly, I think right now, and it's going to be increasingly so in the future, I think the water level for implementing a lot of these products, like I even mentioned in my talk, that building products is going to become easier, right? And also implementing some level of automation within your own organizations is also going to become simpler. I think Sanjay's also touched upon this, where it's all about just getting your hands kind of dirty, right? It's going to boil down to that. And I mean, if you're a creative, I think what these tools do better than almost anything else is kind of taking a lot of I think semi-structured thoughts that are in your head, if you're able to articulate. I think by a function, like one of the things about being a creative is you're probably great at representing what you're thinking, and maybe you're thinking of stuff in unique ways. You're good at putting that down on paper, whether that's in a painting or drawing, or maybe even like an article or something. If you're already good at articulation at some level, you should be able to really leverage LLMs and tools like that to kind of get more out of them, right? So like ask it to write you a piece of code, ask it to write some script, ask it to explain a very technical concept. There's a lot of things that AI, generative AI and ChatGPT and stuff like that have democratized already, right? So I mean, if it comes to upskilling, I mean, the one thing is just get your hands really dirty and don't be. I used to actually bring this example up. It's been a while since I brought it up. I know when I was growing up, and maybe I don't know what the average age is here. Maybe I'm a little younger than all of you. But when I was growing up and I used to get those phones, those Nokia phones, I remember very distinctly going into each and every feature of those phones, just at it, right? Like I'd go through every single option in the settings. I would go through every single menu option and just like explore the phone, right? And whether I would ever use those features or not, I just press every button I could. I feel like that's something we might lose as we become adults. We become less fascinated by the extents of the technology in front of us. I feel like kind of revisiting that and like changing your mind frame to just really explore the extents would be very helpful, honestly. Right? Outside of that, I mean, just I think hire engineers. Yeah, I guess. But I don't think you need to. I think the water level, especially for the water level and the skill level required to do these things it's really even the playing field right now, right? So you don't have to worry too much.
Just want to build on that. It's really fascinating. So we do a lot of experimentation within BCG with our own employees, right? So recently we did a study with OpenAI where we were looking at the implications of using their technologies not just on productivity but capability. Right? So you would assume that if you're looking at building a program, you need a data scientist, and so we compared the ability of a data scientist to perform basic coding functions with our average consultant, and the delta was not that big, and for certain scenarios it was more or less at par. So I think I would just encourage you to kind of think about how you use your same talent to build additional capabilities, so not just limit them to what they're doing, but what else they could be doing, depending upon how they use. And I say this, and my daughter will be very happy that I talked about her in this presentation, but I recently was listening to her describe her work, and she works for Wells Fargo in London, and she's just a finance graduate who just has her first job. But what she was talking about her work, she was talking about automating workflows for Wells Fargo in terms of how they do reporting for the Bank of England. And I was like, oh my God, you're a finance graduate. You're just in your first year of your job and you're already using Microsoft Copilot, automating workflows for your bank. I mean, and that's the level of opportunity that is available. So it's about us to feel a little bit like, what is possible, and to give ourselves the license to sometimes look silly, sometimes make mistakes, but actually try and learn and embrace these technologies, and you'll be surprised what you could do.
That's it in terms of question. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for sharing your thoughts. A round of applause, please, for the panels.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? Okay, so we've had a lot of knowledge downloaded into our brains. I think it's time for a break, no? The time is 12:34. We have an hour for lunch, so we hope to see everybody back at 1:35. 1 minute bonus, okay? Before we break for lunch, can we have a big hand for everything that we've digested today? Changing the conversation. We will see you back in an hour. Lunch is just outside. 5 minutes. Everybody who's outside, if you can hear us, make your way indoors and take your seats, please. Starting in 5 minutes. your seats as we are about to begin. Please take your seats as we are about to begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. Now, before we get into our next keynote speaker, we're going to do a bit of an exercise. And for this, it's going to be interesting because it's a table-based game, right? So this is my requirement. Each table, you can discuss amongst your tables. We want to see what is the most outrageous idea that you can come up with that you'd like to bring to life using AI. Okay? And depending on how practical or impractical this is, the team at Infection will get back in touch with you to say, hey, we can actually do this or we can't do this. Now, the reason I'm interested in this exercise is having hosted events for multiple of you guys in the audience, it's going to be interesting to see how all these, I'm going to use the word psychos, come together to create some of the most unique ideas, right? So this is your chance. This is your opportunity. Discuss in your table the most outrageous thing you'd like to see AI bring to life. It can be a product. It can be like a chatbot-y thing. It can be a regulatory thing, whatever it is, right? Anybody wants to change tables at the last minute? Yeah? Yeah? Right. Oh my God, I don't want to sit next to this person for this. Right. Okay. Guess what? This is the table you're stuck with. I'm going to give you 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm going to come up to each one of you and see what your most outrageous ideas are, right? Your 10 minutes starts now. Turn in and let's go. Let's get discussing. right, 2 minutes gone, 8 minutes more. We're hoping for some good ideas. Time pressure, time pressure. Let's go. 8 minutes. Seven minutes more, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes more. You're down to your final 4 minutes. Final 4 minutes. right, so we're going to come around and ask each group what their ideas are in about a minute. So nominate someone who's going to be your official spokesperson to tell us what your ideas are. Nominate someone to be your official spokesperson to tell us what your ideas are. All right. I can see little football matches going on when we have to nominate spokespeople. No, you're the best. Why don't you? Yeah. All right. Let's begin then with... Okay, who'd like to go first? Any volunteers to go first? Yeah, okay, they're going first. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our first team. So tell us, what is the outstanding idea you all have come up with?
So I'll do a small background to this. We were just hold on. So as a country, I think we are one of the markets facing the biggest talent issues right across. Be it marketing, be it health sector, be it administration, politics. We are fighting against talents, right? So what if we do an entire automation and collectively do the machine learning and AI through the policy making in the parliament itself, right? We have over 70 years of, rights and wrongs, policies which was taken, legislations, everything. What if we can take that into a entire machine learning and give a way forward, right? That can cascade down. So you're talking about no ministers who have preferences or corruption or anything. And what if those at the start to cascade down to the critical industries? So you were talking about tourism, we are talking about education, we are talking about health, we are talking about agriculture. What is that learning can be cascaded to just way forward to the administration to just implement? That's something that we could come up.
Fantastic. A big round of applause. Setting the bar pretty high. All right, next team. It's over to you. Here we go.
Okay. Hi guys. So we thought of something, unique and different, and you might have seen this in movies mostly. So let's say that we take company A, right? And we are proposing an AI model, right? So that AI model itself can be called company A, like the personality, right? So you have different divisions. You have supply chain, you have marketing, you have finance. Everything is connected. So basically you talk to this person to get advice on what needs to be done. And AI will be open to the outside world. They keep learning so they can properly forecast what are the new trends going to come, what are the gaps in the market, and also what are the new businesses that you need to acquire or like venture into. So that's what we're thinking.
So a future-centric organizational avatar kind of thing. All right, fantastic. You guys playing? Yeah, here we go.
Thanks. So we had an idea kind of similar to Table 1, which was basically how do you combat disinformation, misinformation, specifically from our ministers. So we kind of came up with like a BS detector in real time. So whether it's on like the news or on social media. And then we're like, why actually stop there? Just get the whole parliament to run on AI, It's like the country will develop a lot. But that was sort of in line with what these guys were thinking. So clearly it's a sentiment in the room. But
Imagine a BS detector in real time on Sirasa Satana. That'll be great to watch, right? All right, let's go. Shin, you want to take it over?
Okay, so like all good clients, we have not one but three ideas. So I'll talk about two and then ask Medhavi to talk about the other one. The first one was very similar to, I think, what two tables spoke about. It's a policy predictor. So based on their historical statements, what they've said, the accuracy, inaccuracy, based on how many times they've jumped parties. So the LLM model needs to learn and then obviously predict their policy. The second one is predict your boss's mood. And therefore, which time to pitch what, when to ask for leave, when to pitch for high budgets. So that is point number 2. And point number 3.
So on-the-go cartoon for kids. So kids are able to create their own cartoon while they're watching or eating, because there's a tendency, especially with toddlers, to throw fits when they don't see the image they want to see. So to kind of have something that they can generate on the go. Yeah.
We can see that it's all coming from practical pain points. Let's give them a big round of applause. Fantastic. All right, over here. Who's speaking? Over here. All right.
So Fahad, continuing the sentiment in the room. So we came up just like these guys with a real-time analyzer for political figures, especially on TV. So there are 2 versions of this app. You can program it to compare against Hansard to see whether they said, one day, oh, this thing's really great, next day, this thing's really rubbish. So it covers that. And also, you feed in cues like body language, the tone, so like your typical lie detector stuff. And then when they're saying something and it's captured, everybody around the country will see something like come up on the screen to say whether it's true or false.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Who's sharing? Here we go.
Okay, hi guys. Something slightly different. Talking about Sri Lanka and looking at the tourism sector. So we have a rich culture that spans so many thousands of years. So many stories, but we are really bad at saying, laying out those stories out there for people to understand. So we're wondering if someone could help us tell the stories in all perspectives. Example, I don't know whether you've seen the Ramayana, the video that's doing its rounds, right? So it's giving people one perspective, Rama's perspective. What if somebody could help tell the story from Rama's, Ravana's and Sita's perspective? Collate the data and lay it out so that we can understand better. Imagine Sigiriya, Kashyapa story being said that way, Duttagamunu and Elara, the story being said that way. In each individual's perspectives, it could give us a completely different viewpoint and help us recreate our history and also educate, people coming into the country as well as our own. I'm sure, we are tied up with all the politics that's going on right now. We don't know where the hell we've come from, right? So yeah, that was our idea.
Stories from different viewpoints that AI will mediate and put out. I can see that used in marriages and relationships as well, right? Fantastic. Who's going to be sharing, sir?
So we have been thinking that there are certain things with which we cannot communicate effectively right now. So like animals, pets, if we can analyze enough videos, because animals' behavior all over the world is the same thing. So if you take a dog from Sri Lanka or a dog from US, they try to say the same thing, same body language. If you can analyze, you can probably create something, a learning model where you can communicate language to animal language and vice versa, the other way, which will be a kind of a long-felt need where people can really truly understand what the animals wanted to say and also give instructions rather than try to interpret things.
Very interesting. Talking to your pets. Let's give them a round of applause. Our final 2 teams. Here we go. Who's sharing? Sir, you.
So we also have 2. Unlike the other groups, ours are not as political. So one is like a system where we can measure the body temperatures of everyone in a room and adjust the thermostat. So there's a hardware element also. I don't know whether infection can deliver on that. And the second one is basically a matchmaking tool for professionals like us. But in a setting like this, where okay. So let me explain.
Wait, I want to say. Sir, make a evagi event anyway.
So I'll get to the bottom of it. So you have LinkedIn, where we have the profiles of, I think, almost everyone who's here. What if we can build a system where we walk into any room, let's say an event of this nature, we list down the needs of, in the sense, it's basically a demand supply. Okay.
Before we dig a hole any deeper, what we meant was, example, if I'm a food manufacturer and someone here is a hotelier, then we can match in the sense of what our demands and needs are, not in a relationship sort of sense. We are not saying we're going to make Bumble and Tinder here on LinkedIn, although people are using it for that, but in that way. So your professional needs are met when you walk into a room.
But we're not going to let you down either. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about a big hand for that team? And final team, who's speaking?
Okay, some of these ideas are borderline psychotic, but we also had that idea, an AI-powered mate. So, yes, so the actual sort of AI clone version of you that dates an online profile and then matches you before you go on a physical date. But we coupled it with another really cool idea, a sort of AI-powered you, right? So now one of the biggest problems that all of us have here is work-life balance. There's no balance anymore. They call it integration, but we're really struggling to integrate things as well. So what if there was another version of you that could attend meetings on behalf of you, make decisions on behalf of you, do a lot of things on behalf of you, so you have time for yourself too. And we're coupling that with the whole AI-powered mate thing, right? So that person can also date and, sort of understand the playing field, yeah. Before you do it, right? And then, of course, a AI-powered personal assistant or a PAA, or so to say, which can do things on behalf of you. So borderline psychotic, and I don't think they're ethically viable, but yeah, okay, it's an idea out there. And then we have more serious sort of ideas as well. One was the fact that you can have AI-powered teachers curate learning experiences for children based on, what their interests are, take them on different learning journeys and sort of really give them that experience. That's also a problem nowadays in schools, right? Everybody has to sit through the same curriculum, right? Don't judge me. Us. And yeah, also AI packaging solutions, right? So we have 3D printers right now, but what if the prototyping, designing, that entire phase was done via an AI and then fed into a 3D printer? So yeah, some psychotic and okay.
All right, let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Wow, isn't it amazing what comes out when we ask what-if questions? On that note, I'm sure everybody who has the power to make these things happen were taking note. And I'm sure there might be some things in the distant future where you might be like, hey, I planted the seed for that. Very good. Now, let me introduce our next speaker to you. He's no stranger. He is Salia Vithana, founder and CEO of Infection, a marketing technology company established in Sri Lanka with regional offices in Malaysia and Australia, serving clients including Petronas, Zioling Pharma, Honeywell, and more. Salia, or Sal, as he's known as, is the founder of Momentro, a SaaS platform that empowers marketers and agencies with deep insights into buyer personas, enabling them to accurately map buyer intent. Momentro helps users understand brand personality and positioning, gain comprehensive audience insights, and align strategies effectively with buyer intent. He brings a wealth of experience from previous marketing leadership roles at Intuit and WSO2 as a key driver of marketing transformation across organizations and agencies in the APAC region. Salia spent the last few years preparing marketing teams to harness the power of both predictive analytics and generative AI, two critical pillars of AI-driven marketing. So please join us in welcoming to the stage, Salia Vithana. Put your hands together, everybody.
Yo.
It's always a challenge when you show the end of a movie at the beginning. This was supposed to be my last slide. but I thought I'll start with that. Not trying to scare you guys off, but digital marketing is the new traditional. That's what we are seeing right now. I almost feel like I'm restarting Infection, which we started 7 years ago, where we saw a gap in the market for data analytics. We wanted to bring a little bit of science into the market. So we stepped out, created this company called Infection. And the first few years of Infection was not about winning business. I don't say it lightly. It was about educating everybody, learning, and creating that culture internally as well as within. And we didn't actually call our clients. We called them our belief network. So that's who you guys are. Obviously, a lot of you don't know me. That's a good thing. Whereas some of you know me. That basically says some of you are clients, some of you are not, most of you are not. That's an amazing place to be. So AI is that Marmite topic. Either you love it or you hate it, but it's something that everybody's talking about. Where do we go from here? Sanjay set the tone perfectly, spoke about how things can be set up, how you need to think, where AI is heading, and Harsha, of course, showed us what AI can do from a very creative perspective as well. And then there's me. So then that's when people come, okay, can you translate this to me? Can you tell me the way I understand? And can you show how this can work for me? But for that to happen, we need to have people. That's the 70% that I think Sanjay was talking about, the people and the processes side of things. No matter how big your idea is, there should be a team to deliver it. So I'll talk about that. We are going through that right now. Why I said that this feels like setting up Infection again is because I feel there is a knowledge gap in the market. That's not a bad thing. I think it keeps us hungry, it keeps us alive, and it's given me that kick again as an entrepreneur to go back and do some cool things. So that's where we are. Traditionally, I think marketing is a very right brain activity. We were all very creative people. And then, obviously, digital marketing came into play, where everybody wanted to know about data, analytics, and then now with AI, it's changing a little bit as well. But I think with AI, what's happening is we might have to choose which marketing AI brain that we are going to use initially. I'm talking from a very practical point of view. Not everybody is a creative, and not everybody is a data guy or a techie. But with AI, there's a lot of confluence or integration that happens. And sometimes we might have to pick a side. Sometimes we might have to play for both sides. So, for example, in digital marketing, you guys might be knowing it, and you might be dreading it right now. Oh my God, we were just figuring out digital marketing, and then this AI thing has come in. What the hell is this? So you might have people who run campaigns for you, who might analyze data for you. Then you also have people who do creative work for you, your designers, your creative thinkers, or the agencies you work with. So we all fall into this interesting space right now, which we are all trying to figure out. I don't think anybody can confidently say that they know 100% of this. Digital, again, we were getting to a certain place, and I think people were asking the right questions. Teams were asking the right questions. Obviously, there are challenges, but then AI gets added on. I'll take you back in time a little bit. About, I would say 30, 35 years ago, we got, or maybe 20, 25, Excel, PowerPoint, and that was marketed as something that would help you save time. You will have more time with your parents, your children, your families, and we do have that now, right? It did not happen that way. AI is marketed as a productivity enhancer, which it is, It's not going to make your life less busy, I think. But if you play the cards right, you guys and us, we have got a chance to become first movers in this space. By default, I feel. So me personally, I was part of a bit of an analog generation that got on to digital. And we were having our feet on both sides of the coin. But then we obviously got pushed on to the digital side of things. And then we moved into this. So you'll hear two terms most of the time. One is generative, one is predictive. For me, generative AI is more like my right brain. You give two prompts, the same prompt, it'll come up with two different ideas, right? Whereas predictive is more like my left brain, it's thinking about the data, the accuracy, that side of things. So how do you manage these two in a world where people are telling you to converge these two? I think that's what, as a company, we are trying to figure out as well. You would have heard about Moore's law. Basically, it's about the transistor density and how the rate at which it changes, right? I will apply Moore's law to where we are right now. So for example, we were at a pre-digital stage. I would say the old school Mad Men, admin kind of era. Then we moved on to digital, maybe in the 2000s, just after the dot-com boom and the websites came in, and slowly social media started coming in. And then we were all mad about data. So mad about data that the creative agencies or the creatives are also now, hey, I need data to justify this concept. Can you tell me how many people are searching for this kind of thing so that I can get this concept through? These are practical issues that happen, and we are actually making money from things like that also. Being very open, because a lot of agencies out of Sri Lanka are talking to us to justify creative concepts. Not the ideal way to do it, but they'll come up with an idea just to please the client. They need data to back it up. So they come to us, they are like, hey, we came up with this kick-ass concept, can you give us data? Again, that's an extreme example. And then obviously CRM, programmatic, all that came into play, right? And then this whole analytics layer was there. And now we are heading into this whole AI-powered kind of generation that talks about a lot of personalization. I think as a society, people are trying to figure things out themselves. We see that a lot in B2B, where B2B sales are now about empowerment than being salesy. B2C, again, we try to do some fancy stuff up front, but still, the funnel is broken, right? We know that. Marketing funnel is broken. It's been challenged. You do a lot of impulse purchases now, online, offline. Think about it. You want this amazing phone to buy. On your way, your friend calls and says it's a shit phone, and you don't buy it, right? So your purchasing patterns are very different. So we are in this very interesting space. And then on top of that, you get this whole new generations coming in. Again, the Marmite topic, how are the Gen Xers, the Gen Zers, then how are the millennials in your company, how can you work with them? The 25-year-old doesn't get along with the 21-year-old. The 21-year-old thinks very differently. They want to work from home. So all these things are happening in this space. But my point about this little diagram that I told Canva to draw for me, by the way, Canva is pretty cool. You can actually give prompts and it does all this for you. Look at the starting point. I would say 1900s, maybe the 1950s, and then go on to the 2000s, maybe 50 to 100 years, right? Then 2020s, 20 years, and then maybe 2 years. So that timeline, the gap is reducing. That's why it's important for us to know this space and for us to understand this space. You don't need to be hands-on. If you are, it's very good, which is something that I would recommend. I will show you something that I've been playing with, not as funky as what Harsha was showing, but interesting nevertheless. So this is called AI Burger. And how do you, there's a concept called skill stacking that's come out now, right? So if you are getting into the AI space, or if you're looking at creating a team in this space, you need three things. One is you need to have a solid analytics rigor. So that means you need to have people who know data, who like data, who want to play with it, right? Creatives won't go away. Lots of my friends, colleagues, partners from creative agencies always ask this question: is my job going to go away? I think the NVIDIA CEO said, no, it's a person who knows AI who will take your job, not AI itself. There is a bit of merit to it. I don't fully agree with it, but yeah. But as long as you can still generate those ideas, and as long as you have teams who can create, I think your job is not going to go away. But having that creative innovation within your team is important. Then the technical literacy. I think this has been something that's been floated about, and it's been coming over the years. So when we started marketing, it was all about share of voice, SOV, how much of SOV are you going to get, blah, blah, blah. How much of reach in this media are you going to get? Then slowly, the market is like, no, I want to look at the bottom of the funnel, conversions. I want to do a bit of CRO. So I think we've been groomed by the platforms to get here. And it's not going to go away. So technical literacy is important. There will be tools to help you, but I think this is something you need to build in your teams as well. Love the BCG content, so I thought I'll put one out. Don't worry about the standard deviations and all that. But what I want you to look at is, this is the marketing maturity model that Google and BCG worked on. Look at the dark green side of things, where there's a cookieless future people are talking about. Then in the middle, there is KPI setting, consumer value. A lot of these are being mooted by AI. So even the predictive side of things. So if you're a company who wants to become a little bit mature, I think Sanjay showed a little bit about the evolution of a company and where you stand. This is very reminiscent of how the digital marketing maturity model happened. So BCG is quite good at looking at these things, and I think it's important for us to know where we stand. And also the culture side of things, which I'll talk in a little bit. So your AI marketing team, where creativity meets code and data powers decisions. It's a very interesting line, right? So since of late, I've been debating with AI platforms, literally. So last night, it was a debate between my Claude account from Anthropic and then with ChatGPT. So I get them to talk, not actually, I haven't integrated it yet, but I talk to them with the same prompts and try to see what comes out, right? So one of the interesting lines that came out when it comes to developing your AI marketing team, both agreed that creativity should meet code. Basically, you need people who know coding and who are creative as well, or two different people who can really talk to each other and do something really cool, which is something I think Harsha has in his team. Because you can be a techie, but if you don't know a little bit of marketing, you can't create amazing pieces of work like this. Somebody had an idea about storytelling, about the Ramayana. It was a very interesting project we were part of as well. Again, the storytelling was beautiful, but they hadn't, hopefully this will be in this room and won't go out, but they hadn't thought about the last mile. So you do the amazing story, but how do you convert, right? So that's where the infection team came in and looked at the last mile, basically the end goal, the conversion. So the conversions are off the roof, people are signing up. So that's a different story. So that's why you need the creatives as well as the data guys to work together. It's a given. I don't think that's something that you have any, I think, leeway with. I think you need to work on that as a team. This, again, is part of an outcome between Claude and ChatGPT. I've been prompting, reprompting, trying to figure out, sorry, it's a white background slide. I know it's difficult on your eyes, but I'll try and say it soon. So on the left, you get traditional digital marketing roles. In the middle, with the evolution of AI, where it can be, and what are the key changes and responsibilities. I think this is important for us to know. For example, if you are a digital marketing manager, I wouldn't give the title AI marketing orchestrator. Nobody's going to put that on their LinkedIn. But AI strategy integration, you need to understand that. Managing an AI tool stack. This is the same thing that happened to us when we were starting off digital marketing. You needed to know how to run Facebook ads, Google ads, TikTok. So same thing is happening, but there are new bunch of tools. I don't want to bucket AI under a tool per se, but that's happening. So you need to know the tools, right? SEO, interesting topic. We're just starting off operations in Australia, and my co-founder is always talking about this market is nuts about SEO. It's, again, something that everybody's talking about. What is or how is SEO going to change in the AI world? As you guys know, ChatGPT, I think with the latest versions, they just launched the search option on that as well, right? If you think about it, think about how you prompt ChatGPT. Back in the day, we had long tail search and short tail. Short tail is, what is this? Long tail is a big question. Why is it like this? And blah, 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 blah. Like a bigger deal. So nowadays, if you're creating content, where I think Google has, in the US, lost about 10% of their market share in search. Globally, they're still about 91%. But still, how would you create content for GPTs? That's something that you need to know as a SEO. You need to figure out how do you create that content in a long form kind of way. So similarly, all these titles are changing, mostly because of what AI is bringing in, and I think because of adoption as well. I'll show this. You'll actually see these three people here. These are team members of mine. I'll show you from a practical perspective how things are changing. So on the top left is Irshad. He joined us in 2017. He used to work for a printing company, if I'm not mistaken. They used to print annual reports. He joined us. He didn't know anything about Photoshop or anything. No, maybe he knew Photoshop. He didn't know about Premiere or anything. He didn't know how to make videos. So he started as a digital marketer with us. That's 2018. And then he became a digital designer, one of the very good ones in this country. And right now, he heads our design innovation. So Harsha was talking about HeyGen. We managed to get Fahad to the room, I think, one day, and we were trying to get his consent. So he's the guy who's using HeyGen. He's the one who's using 11 Labs. He's that guy. So imagine the transition from this person who was designing annual reports. And he's doing that now. So it's not impossible, right? Second person is Shania. She is a biotech graduate. You would have seen her at the registration desk. And completely pivoted into becoming a content writer. And right now, I just put that little augmented part, but she uses a lot of AI, not to replace anything, but actually to augment what she's doing in terms of content. And so that role has changed a little bit over the years as well. And then the man at the bottom, I think you can see him over there behind the AV desk. Tarif joined us recently, but before that, if you look at his LinkedIn profile, he was a marketing associate. Then he was a digital campaign manager in about 2 years' time. And fast forward another couple of years, he's our AI marketing specialist. He's using, again, tools like HeyGen, 11 Labs. He's creating stuff. And these are the type of people you are going to meet. These are your team members or your agency. So as a company, as a transformation company, we have to help our people transform. That's why I completely agree with Sanjay that 70% is what will drive AI, not the balance 30. So we need to have a culture where we encourage learning. We encourage experimentation. I think that's what I want to talk about later. There's this article that I wrote on LinkedIn about being an interoperable marketeer. So as a technologist, something that people always talk about is your solution interoperable? Is this app working on your iPhone as well as your Google phone? Are the two ecosystems providing that? Similarly, I think as marketeers, we have to be interoperable. not between systems, but I think between the present and the future. Because if you are going to be a marketeer who is going to operate in the AI age, I think you need to master the present because you really need to know your digital side of things or the digital marketing side of things, as well as experiment with the future a little bit more. There's an interesting concept, I think all these guys talked about it, the multimodality of things. ChatGPT at the start was quite basic, right? Text prompt, text out. This is not how humans see, hear, or feel. We have 5 senses or 6 senses, whatever you want to call it. AI didn't have that. But with multimodality, I think it's slowly getting there. That's why you see mistakes, I feel. Especially with multimodality, your input becomes much more richer. You will have inputs from video, image, text. AI will learn, or your LLM will be very rich, so that your output will be much better. So this is something that's changing the game, and this is happening very fast. So, I mean, these are all fancy words, but again, I think they're trying to make AI human-like a little bit. So that's where we are heading to. When it comes to, I think my colleague Rasanga will talk about this in greater detail, but there are 4 things that I feel you should think about when it comes to implementing AI, right? One is audit your current skills. Be very honest. Talk to your team. Figure out where they are. Somebody might come and say, hey, I saw this online. It was pretty cool. That is a -1. There's no skill there. I've seen something. Then, but somebody else might come and say, hey, I actually used Midjourney and I created this artwork. Okay, that person should be in your team. Then somebody else will come and say, hey, I like this way of doing it using AI. Again, not to discount people who don't, but I think it's a journey that you need to take people through, especially your team. And you need to have a few more believers. Again, this was the same conversation I used to have with some of you about 7-8 years ago. We had to use UTM codes to help track revenue or conversions and to show that, okay, this click brought you that, right? I mean, obviously things have moved much further now. You need to identify a few pilot projects. So internally also, that's what we're doing right now. We've found a few pilot projects we want to work on. You'll see some of them outside on the TV screens at the booths. That's the best way. I think rather than going for mission critical upfront, look at pilot projects. Or maybe build the dating app for these guys as well. So, and then cross-functional innovation pods. So at Infection, we have a pod system in place now, where each pod is independent. But what I'm talking here is about a cross-functional pod, where you have different people from different teams. Think of the ideas you got in. I mean, this side of the room was more about politics. Maybe there were some brain waves going that way. That side of the room was more about practical plus politics. But just 5-10 minutes, imagine the ideas you got. These are people you've never met in your life. Maybe a few of you have. But imagine the ideas you came up with. Might sound funny right now, but this is exactly what you need to inculcate in your teams. Get people from other departments, other divisions to come and talk to you. They will have better ideas. That's what we do. We actually get the web team on, we get the content guys, we get the AI guys, we get a lot of those guys to come in. Oh, somebody's calling. Tarif is getting a call from his buddy at office. Shall I cut this, Tarif? What is that? Is that a song from Tarif? That's AI gone wrong, I think. Anything I can put? Okay. That was the best thing ever, no? I think if there was one thing that people will remember this conference by, I think it will be that. Shall we give a round of applause to Tarif? Okay. Cool. And then, having a long-term vision with milestones. I think that's important because as leaders, you guys will have to do that by yourselves. But get the team involved because they might have a bit more input on where you want to go. Okay. try with this. This is something that I was experimenting with. This is called an AI workflow, which has gone horribly wrong. But I just wanted to share it with you. So I do have a few faceless accounts that I manage on TikTok and whatever. It's a passion for me. You know, maybe it could be a funny quote or whatever, but it's a faceless account, it's not me. I wanted to integrate some of that. So I'll explain this a little bit. So what I've tried to do here is, I've tried to use, obviously, ChatGPT and DALL-E to create some content by giving a few prompts, right? And then there is something called an API layer. So the beauty is, back in the day, to connect an API to something, you needed to know a little bit of coding. Even now you do. That's where I failed. But now with platforms like make.com, you can actually do it by yourself. And then I connected it to Midjourney. So basically the prompt is, give me a quote, an interesting quote about a conference. Then it gets transferred on to Midjourney. Midjourney is a platform that can generate interesting visual content for you. And then it tells you to create a visual piece of content. And then I'm asking it to post on TikTok. This usually would take me, I don't know, maybe about 2 days, not 2 days, maybe a day and a half, because I'm not a designer or a content writer, but about a day and a half, 2 days, whatever. Once you set this up, it's about maybe a 2-minute job. Again, this you should do for experimentation purposes, just so that you understand the workflow side of things. It's a marketing workflow that we do, and this is how you kind of streamline it. I can argue against this also. This will create tons of similar content that will flood the internet again, but still experiment. I think that's what I want everybody to think of. Try these products out. You know, I'm 40 plus, and I'm not so good with running Facebook ads and TikTok ads right now, because I'm not hands-on anymore. Back 7 years ago, 6 years ago, I was like the guy to do it. But right now, I'm learning this. So I think people can. So there's tons of tools out there, tons of information out there. Again, this is an experiment that went wrong. So hopefully I will get this fixed, because there are some layers that you need to add and all, which I didn't know how to. So I'll try and figure that out. Cool, few more slides. I think this is a question that I was being asked a lot by everybody. Are we behind now? I would reframe this a little bit. If you're thinking you're behind, then you're asking the wrong questions. The questions you're asking right now would be, do I need TikTok in my marketing strategy? You shouldn't be asking that. That was a 5 years ago question, right? How do I keep up with social media trends? Multiple ways. Wrong question to ask now. How do I run social media ads? Not the right question to ask right now. If you're ahead, then I feel you'll be asking these kind of questions. How am I going to scale my marketing team? There's no AI involved here, by the way. How can I, or scale or descale, sorry. How can I integrate AI for personalization? So there's a lot of personalization that happens with AI. And if you're asking those questions, you're in the right place. What data insights should I be looking at? That's a good question. Think of those good questions you need to ask. Ask those questions. Start experimenting, because I think that's important. And finally, I just want to leave you with this. Like I said, if you're not asking the right questions, you're already late. Keep asking those questions. Stop watching. I think we watch a lot of stuff. We feel somebody else will do it. Just stop watching. Start doing it. Start experimenting. I think you need that culture in your team. Reward people who experiment. I think that's the most important thing. That's what I think has brought us here, where we have been rewarding people for even failing. That's okay. Invest in people. I think that's important. Again, as I started, I think I'll end the same way, because I totally believe in the 70%. I think that's what will drive AI. So the future is here, and let's get AI to work. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. So once again, remind if you have any questions, you can use the QR code, scan it in, and we will take it up at the panel discussion that is about to begin now. So we're going to set up the stage for the panelists as well as our moderator. We're going to have one of our panelists who's joining virtually. But before that, I'll introduce you to the panelist who is indeed here. We have Mahela Lianage, the regional head of legal at Daraz, which is part of course, the Alibaba Group. Mahela brings a wealth of legal expertise from some of the world's top institutions. As a legal professional and educator, he's very well versed in guiding businesses through complex regulatory landscapes, especially through his new surge in AI. We're ready to welcome Mahela to the stage once the stage is set up. Next, we have joining us virtually Mr. Rukmal Veeravarna, CEO and co-founder of Ren, which is an emerging company at the forefront of artificial intelligence based in Miami, Florida. Ren is dedicated to democratizing AI infrastructure by building a full-stack general AI ecosystem of products and services that empower the next generation of information retrieval, synthesis, and storage for individuals and businesses. In his previous role, Rukmal has built a wealth of expertise across big data systems, cybersecurity algorithm development, and machine learning cloud infrastructure. Our third panelist will be the gentleman you just heard on stage, Salia Vithada, and our panel is moderated once again by Shezri Junaid. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for all our panelists and our moderator. Come on, put your hands together.
Yo.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, keeping you in the loop that Jeremy Xiao, who was on the previous panel, has agreed to join us on this panel as well.
Hi again.
Rukmal, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you guys great.
Everyone say hi to Rukmal. Rukmal, the audience is with you. It's 4 a.m. for him, so appreciate the time. If you can, yes, please.
How many coffees have you had?
None, actually, just one energy drink. Hoping to get back to sleep after. We'll see.
Rukmal, I'm actually going to start things off with you. From your perspective, how has AI evolved thus far to where it is today? And what is your big bets over the next year in terms of where it will take us, not only in marketing, but industries in general?
Right. So I think to best get into that question, we should start by asking the question of what do we mean by AGI, right? Because there's a lot of buzzwords being thrown around today. There's a lot of flashy software that promises a lot that doesn't deliver. To us at Ren, AGI means building an electric brain, right? When my computer feels like there is an intelligent person living and working inside of it on behalf of me, I will know that AGI is here, right? And I think the evolution of that has been quite interesting. Previously, when anyone thought about AI, when in my previous roles working in machine learning, AI typically meant a very math-heavy discipline that operated on a very narrow scope of tasks, right? You would have a team of folks that are domain experts. You'd have a team of people that are data scientists. You'd have a team of people that are machine learning engineers. And you'd have to put all of that together to come up with a model that does something very narrow. Right, and that something that's very narrow could be something like recommending your next movie to watch on Netflix or your next Facebook friend. What ChatGPT did when it was announced and released in November of 2022 was it really democratized that pipeline for AI and then really increased the approachability of these tools for a lot of folks. Now, what we also feel about AI that is contrary to what a lot of the industry thinks today is that it's a new paradigm and not just a new platform, right? You'll hear AI being spoken of today a lot like cloud and mobile were where we really think that AI is more like computing as a whole. It's a revolution that started in the 1970s, 1980s for personal folks, and one that we're still living through today. And I think that AI will be very similar, right? So I think really framing your way of thinking and your setting your timelines and expectations accordingly will be helpful for the rest of your careers, realistically. Right. And I think to kind of echo some of Salia's points, as for where I think it will go in the next year, I think AI tools are getting to a point where they're excellent for augmentation, right? They've always been that, with ChatGPT at least. I do not think that they'll be ready for replacement yet, right? That being said, I think all the things that Salia mentioned, from fostering a culture of experimentation to really encouraging that, still matters incredibly, and is a timeless thing that will matter regardless of how quickly or slowly the technology progresses.
Thank you so much. One follow-up question to that. In terms of democratizing AI access, I know you're working with your current company on exactly that, on making more accessible, more affordable, and so on, and challenging some of the bigger boys in this ecosystem as well. Just for the audience, is AI actually expensive? The tools out there right now, is it expensive for you to come out and actually disrupt the process?
So we don't think that it's expensive for companies, right? For infection, for example, you guys have your ChatGPT license for everyone in the company, right? That's not the level of expense I'm talking about. I'm talking about the journey of getting it from $20 a month, where it is today, to zero, where it needs to get, right? And the $0 amount is very important, because that's the special number at which technology really can change the world, right? If you think of Google, if you think of Facebook, if you think of the internet itself as an infrastructure, as a technology, it has all the components of this has been free, the ones that have changed the world at least, right? So we think that that's an important step in democratizing this. Obviously, there are many pieces to this, right? When you and I are talking about AI today, you typically pay a subscription fee to rent effectively a piece of a GPU in a data store or in a data center, so that when you make a request, your request can be pooled in this large pooled group of compute, right? What we are doing at RAN is inventing new AI technology to let you run, build, and train models like GPT, models like Claude, models like DALL-E on your laptop, on general purpose computing hardware, not specialized hardware like NVIDIA chips.
Thank you so much. Sali, over to you. I am a brand manager. 7 years in, I know integrated marketing. I really do. Yep. I do a bit of ChatGPT. Yeah. What skills am I missing? Or am I missing anything at all? Am I okay right now that the experts are there that I can actually reach out to?
I think there's two sides to it. One is I always tell marketeers about the foundation of marketing. Might sound a bit boring, but the STP, segmentation, targeting, positioning, that we were drilled with Kotler's book. I think you need to have a solid foundation, but I think it's the mindset that matters more than anything else. There's an interesting line in English, I think, what's it called? A fool with a tool is always a fool unless they know how to use the tool, right? So it really depends on how you or what you want to do with it, not just for the sake of it. But I think more than the tooling side, it's the mindset that matters. So if you have that experimentation mindset, go and test it. It's okay to fail. It's okay, but try. Obviously not to fail all the time, but it's okay. So and you have that culture internally, then it will foster these kind of people. Because otherwise, they don't see a future. Their colleagues will see a future, and then they'll feel a little bit isolated also. So I feel more than learning tools, I think the tools will come once you have that mindset.
I think the answer Sheju was looking for is perfect as he is.
No. Sorry, the word I miss is assuming I was. There we go. Over to you, Mahela. So we've been talking about you in the morning session quite a lot. We're excited to have you here. So in your perspective, what are the key copyright and legal pitfalls that companies are likely to face when it comes to using AI, especially in the creative sense?
Okay. So Sheju warned me that I only get 2 I don't knows during this session, so I will try and answer as many as possible, because the reason I am a little hesitant here is because the law is still figuring this out, right? So the law is very much catching up. It's always playing catch up to new technologies. So what's the intersection between copyright and AI? Well, we don't know who owns copyright. Sorry, the AI-generated content, right? That's the big issue. So you may use it in your day-to-day lives, you may use it for commercial purposes, but the world is still trying to figure out who owns the AI-generated content. If I use it on an advertisement, can somebody rip it off? Can somebody copy it and have no repercussions? Who owns the copyright? Which is the big issue. So if you give me a minute, I'll explain an example that the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is WIPO, the world body that governs IP, has given kind of a suggestion. It's based on something called the monkey selfie judgment, right? So it's based on this photographer who went to Indonesia and took pictures of primates. And when he was taking pictures, he noticed one of these primates was very curious about his camera. So he set it up one day in a tripod and moved away behind the shadows. So this ape played around with the camera and clicked the button and took a picture. So if you Google the monkey selfie, you can see this famous monkey selfie. So he was very happy he had this unique artifact or this picture. So he gave it to National Geographic, but Wikipedia published it without his permission. Wikipedia was of the opinion that nobody owns that picture. He believed that he was the owner of the picture. So then they ended up in court. And then there was a third party involved, PETA, for Animal Rights Organization, which argued that the ape, Naruto, should own the photograph. So there were three parties fighting for this photograph. Finally, the court said the ape cannot own it because in America, at least, only a human being can own a copyright. So the ape was taken out of the equation. So then it was about whether there was no copyright or whether the photographer owned it. And finally they said it was the photographer who owned it because he did all the work. The monkey just clicked the button. All the setting up of everything was done by him, so all the hard work, the hard labor was put by him, so he owns it. So there is a growing trend of thought that that is how AI will be looked at as well. Who put in the effort? So the question that we have to now answer is, are we the monkey or are we the photographer? Right? When we put in the prompts and just, ask it to generate something, because it has been developed by, let's say, ChatGPT has been created by OpenAI, spending lots of effort. So who are we? That's the question. So if we want to own it, we have to be considered to have put in enough effort to own the copyright. So we don't know the answer, but this is where it's heading.
Anything to add there, Rukmal? You've been working on a lot of IP stuff as well over there. Anything to add on how you maneuver the legal frameworks, which according to Mahal, it's still not developed?
Yeah, so we luckily aren't involved in the direct content generation business, so that's not a can of worms that we have to get into. But I think you bring up some really interesting points on the legal side. What will make this a very difficult legal question going forward is if, and the current thinking in the industry is that this is the case, if these LLMs, these diffusion models are emulating a process that exists in the brain, right? And if it learns in a very similar way to you and I, right, where you are exposed to art and media and society, that your training data, and then you can use that to generalize and create new information, right? The question then becomes, if a computer can also do that process at a process level exactly the same, shouldn't it also be able to get copyright protection? So that's one angle. Another angle that I think was really interesting that was brought up was the proportion of work that was done, right? In my mind, almost tautologically, across all technology, the better the technology gets, the lower the share of work the human is doing, right? If you even think of washing clothes, there was a very manual activity for thousands of years, right? And then we invented the washing machine, and now all you have to do is pick up your clothes and put it in and take it out at the end, and fold it and hang it and dry it up, right? The last part I'm not too good at yet, but getting there. And So I think these are all just interesting things to think about. I don't have an answer for you right now. Obviously, this is still an outstanding question and something the world will have to work through as a whole, because a lot of the economy today is built on IP protection and copyright protection, but that might not be something that scales well into this new AI paradigm.
Cool. So the next question to maybe a bit of Rukmal, a bit of Sal as well. Let's say the client wants to develop a chatbot. Obviously, there's a lot of information that needs to pass on to the agency and stored somewhere. A valid concern is, listen, I'm sharing my IP, I'm sharing some confidential information. How do I know this information is secure? Whilst I trust the agency, where are you storing it, and so on? How would you get about that kind of concern that clients have?
I think purely from a marketing and a ad tech or martech point of view, we've had those conversations before AI. I remember being in a scenario where, so on Facebook, they used to have this thing called a lookalike audience, where you upload a database and it looks for similar people with those attributes. A certain organization didn't want to release their data to a third party like us, even though there were ways to transfer that data, encrypted also. We literally had to send somebody physically to their office, sit them down, and they had to upload it from somebody else's computer. That's a very old school way of thinking about it and a very old school way of doing it. But I think the more the unknowns are in this space, there might need to be workarounds, I feel. And like I think Mahela mentioned, it's interesting where this space is going towards, especially, I personally feel people put those questions out when they don't want to do something. If they really want to do something, they'll find the answers. Think of COVID, right? I mean, we talked about digital transformation to CTOs for years and years and years. COVID happens, they did it. Right? They found a way. And I think it's a similar vibe. This might become, I think Rukmal also mentioned this might, which is something he's planning on doing as well. I think once this becomes widely adopted, there should be a governance structure around it, for sure. There should be people talking about it a bit more. And I think the legalities will fall in place. But right now, I think the only thing I can think of is a workaround, if at all, if you really want to get something done. I mean, if you think, Shez, you might remember the campaign we did with Maggie in Malaysia. I think their legal kept disapproving the campaign. But finally they gave in because it was the first AI campaign done over there in that space. And the idea was somebody goes on Facebook, talks about a Maggie moment, you know, it was called Sa Malaysia or something. And they type that in, and then our guys scrape all that, and they recreate that moment using AI. So I think Maggie had a problem with the recreation process and the consent side of things, but I think we found some answers for it. So again, no right or wrong or black and white right now. So figuring things out on the fly, no?
As a cybersecurity expert, Rukmal, your views on that?
So I'll kind of split my response into two categories, one that applies to today and one that applies to the future in general. I think today, one of the immediate steps you can take if you really are interested in having contractors and other folks who use these tools with your private data is to establish a set of services and tools that you know and you trust, right, with your data. And then communicate that with your vendors and go about it that way. And what I think is more interesting, however, is kind of looking to the future and thinking about this in the future. I think that the fact that we're even discussing this problem, this data residency problem, which is typically a very, in my mind at least, should be a very esoteric CTO world type discussion. It shouldn't be a discussion that comes into marketing teams because it's not directly pertinent to the work that you guys are doing with marketing and selling the products and services of a company. It means that partly that the technology isn't there yet, right? Part of what it means for the technology to be there is that all of these issues have been solved, right? And obviously a very easy way to go about solving this issue of privacy, of securing data over the wire when you're trying to send it between two parties. A very easy way to solve that is to bring the AI home and run everything as you do software on your computer already today, right? And as we have for the last 40, 50 years.
Just to add to that, Chez, I think I use this analogy quite a bit, especially in the cloud computing side. when cloud computing was becoming a thing, obviously everybody had an on-prem solution, right? They wouldn't let go of their own servers. I get it for certain industries, finance, maybe you need to have that. But certain industries were not willing to put their data on the Amazon cloud, which guaranteed like a 99 point something, right? You ask those people who don't want to do it, what's their private email? They would say something at hotmail.com or yahoo.com. What is that hosted on? It's in the cloud, right? So I think if you really want to get something done, you will find a way. But I think we are in that really weird period where we are figuring things out, where the no is more powerful than a yes, I feel.
Sounds like 2012, 2011 all over again, right? Same thing, the concerns around lookalike audiences on Facebook as well. I like to think, and maybe you can support me on this, I don't think any legal department starts their day going to work and say, I'm going to say no to everyone, right? To be fair, I don't think any PR person starts their day and say, I'm going to say no to any reputational risk that my colleagues from marketing are going to try with a cool, funky, experiential event, right? I don't think that's the case. But I think that this is a case of we're still trying to figure out. But I will, again, I am a chronic optimist and I tend to trust the process. I think we've seen this through navigating around digital marketing. And that's why I saw your analogy on how the process of transformation was very similar when we were adopting digital marketing and we're adopting digital data and where does it sit and all that. And I think we're in that weird space. But I think that as AI tools adoption gets quicker, I think we'll figure out the solution quicker than before as well. I feel that, so yeah.
In the spirit of it'll get figured out. So the EU AI Act has already been passed. Similar to the GDPR leading the way for data protection laws the world over, the EU AI law will be the blueprint for the world over to regulate AI. So the act has already been passed, I think, as of August this year. And it'll come into force later in the next year, I think early next year. So it recognizes chatbots as limited risks. It has 4 category pillars of risk: unacceptable risk, high risk, limited risk, and no risk. So chatbots are recognized as limited risk. So there's only a transparency obligation at the moment the law has chosen to place on it. Basically, if it's developed by AI, you have to have a disclaimer saying this is developed by AI. So that seems to be the blueprint at the moment. I mean, this is subject to change depending on how and what direction AI takes. But at the moment, this seems to be the blueprint the world is working towards.
Mahal, I'll put you in the spot a bit in terms of creative tools and so on. Who owns an output from a creative tool? So far, the answer that we've given is the tool. Who owns the prompt? The person who enters the prompt.
Yeah.
That is thus far what we've been telling our stakeholders. Yeah. Any different view to that, or are we okay there?
No, I mean, so what you're saying is the prompt is given by the client, who you give the prompt, and the output is owned by the software owners, the developers. Yeah, I mean, that's not 100% true because we don't know whether the developer will own the copyright or whether it will be something that does not have a copyright. That's the downside of this. The discussion is still going or ongoing whether this is copyright protected or not. So we don't know. I think what you're saying is probably where it will land finally, but at the moment we're still in a toss-up where they're talking about whether it's copyright protected or not. So if it comes to a point where they say it is not copyright protected, then it becomes a free-for-all, which is quite dangerous. So I don't think that'll happen, but
what
right now.
Can we do as marketers to at least have some sort of protection?
So to have the human involvement increase, the more you have the human input increase into this AI generation model, then the better case you can make that you own the copyright as the client itself. You can make an argument that, look, my creative process is in this. The prompt, we've all given garbage prompts to AI, and AI has given us garbage responses, right? So the giving of the prompt is almost as equally important as developing the software, I think, right? Like giving the right prompt is very important. So I don't think you can make the argument that we as clients or whoever the users of AI what we bring into the equation is not of value. There is definitely value there. So if you can make the argument that there is a lot of human input in this AI generated content, then you can make a better case that it's copyright protected. Because as far as the law is concerned, the definition is concerned, any creative endeavor by a human is protected by copyright. So the more you can make the argument that this has human input in it, you should be able to make an argument.
Jeremy, you heard the legal opinion. The client comes to you asking for assurances and so on. How do you navigate something like this?
I ask which part of the world the client comes from. That's one. I mean, to be fair, I get the privilege of seeing the teams work on our work for clients, everything from North Asia to South and Southeast Asia, right? And to be fair, if I look at my colleagues in mainland China, I'll give you one extreme. They'll go, we'll do everything until we say we cannot do. I mean, that's how they approach innovation, right? We'll do it until someone says we cannot do, and we'll have 3 different teams doing it in different variations until someone says we cannot do. Then I hear from my colleagues on the other part of the Pacific Ocean where it's we can only do things where we are allowed to do so. So it changes from region to region, right? So that's one, and obviously the tools are different and all that kind of stuff. So I think that it's good that I get to see this happening, and it's good to see that everyone's at least embracing some form of change and having those uncomfortable conversations. But interestingly, maybe I'll give you an example. I was obviously TikTok has this new feature where you can create your own avatars, or you have predetermined avatars on the platform that you can turn into a brand campaign. So we're sitting down, and obviously TikTok was showing off their tool, which is great. You have a library of stock avatars that you can turn around. You can put your prompts and all that. And the big question was asked, a CMO of one of the largest advertisers in the world said that, okay, you have a repository of stock images and avatars and all that, and we put in the prompts, we create a campaign. Who owns the rights for this new avatar that sings this word? And TikTok said, well, on our platform, will say that you own it, the brand owns it. I said, so how does that work? Then the TikTok person kind of said, you think of the world of stock images. Back in the day, obviously you buy stock images, you put in a tagline, and you run that as an ad campaign, right? As a key visual, you owned it. So at least on our platform, we're making sure that if you use our stock images or stock videos and you use our stock avatars, if you create it, we will say anything you create here is owned by you. So again, what I'm trying to get at is also not only are teams and organizations having that, some of the platforms are also taking that conversation to allow marketers to create it easier and better and differently on their platforms as well. So I think in every way, it's not only we trying to find it, I think the platforms are trying to find it as well. So again, it's a good conversation to have, but I think that there are other organizations just trying to find workarounds, and kudos to those who are able to do so.
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, what's happening is while the law is trying to figure it out, companies are taking it upon themselves to find the solution. I think, and that's a very smart way of going about it. You then get to create the narrative for the law to follow as well, right? So they're creating the narrative and saying, look, on our platform, like you said, it will be owned by the person who creates it. So then the conversation ends there. There is no debate about it. Then you own it. So it varies from tool to tool. Some tools will say we own it. Some tools will say very quiet on it. So we have to figure it out. But I think the businesses are now starting to take a more proactive attitude towards resolving this issue.
Thanks. The next question, a bit from Rukmal, a bit from Sal. We all know about Gen AI, a lot of fanfare there, but its big brother, predictive AI, seems to be lagging behind, at least in terms of adoption in the marketing sense. Just for our understanding, Rukmal, what's the developments in that area that maybe you can touch on? And for Salia, why are marketers lagging behind in terms of predictive AI? Rukmal, you can go first.
Thanks. So just to kind of clear up some terminology, right? Generative AI and predictive AI are not necessarily two co-equal types of AI. right? You can have a predictive AI, you can have a generative AI system that gives you predictive results, right? So for example, Google has this model called Timeformer, I think it is, which is a transformer model. So it's a generative AI architecture, right? That is trained on time series data. So things like stock market trends, other time series. So you can give it a time series that you have, and it will predict what it thinks the next values in that time series will be, right? And how you choose to use that generation is what makes it a predictive model. So I think there's been a lot of work done in the predictive model space, but I think the reason you're not hearing about it as much is just because the Gen AI space was completely nascent, right? It went from being non-existent to very much the main thing. So I think I don't think predictive AI has slowed down at all. I am unclear as to how much of an impact generative AI will have in the predictive AI space and the types of problems you're trying to solve in predictive AI, which are typically much more well-behaved optimization math style problems.
Yeah, and I think from a marketer's standpoint, if you talk to a B2B marketer, I think they will always be proponents of predictive. The tools that they used, especially if you're targeting enterprise, you live and breathe the MQL to SQL ratios, to SQL to actual customers, blah blah blah. For that, you need to really understand the buyer behavior, what kind of buying committee is there, who's there, how do you do account-based marketing. All that is, I think, the underlying technology nowadays, especially if you're using a platform like Salesforce or even some of the other platforms, it's predictive, right? And I think mapping that customer journey, that's where, by default, I think that role itself requires that. Whereas I think, depending on the work you do, especially in the B2C space, I think you tend to push for creativity a lot more. But obviously, there is business pressure, and then when you start looking at certain things, I think for brand new businesses, predictive might be difficult to get on because you don't have a database to fall back onto, whereas, but obviously you do have other third parties that you can tap into. Whereas existing legacy businesses who have a ton of data, I think they're sitting on a gold mine. And that's something that we've been telling customers as well, looking at the behavior. And I think there's a few guardrails around it. Marketeers are not given the authority to touch data. That's been there all throughout. It's somebody in the company, in the security side of things or IT side of things who handles that data, so there are guardians for it. But I think that's why, even in my talk earlier, I was talking about why you need to have a cross-functional team with these people so that you can start doing a lot more, especially in the predictive space.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Cool. So I have a few that's been submitted on WhatsApp. Mainly targeting you, Maida, sadly. So I'll start. If an AI designed character looks oddly like a famous celebrity, is that a legal glitch or a creative coincidence?
I say I don't know.
That's one.
Two. Yeah.
No. So. Look, the celebrities are entitled to, in Sri Lanka, we don't really recognize this right, but it's called the publicity right. So the celebrities have their own rights. So they have the right on how their faces, where their face is pasted or used. So they have those rights. And in Sri Lanka, we have an analogous right to that, similarly called privacy rights. So you can't use somebody else's, you can't use a famous cricketer's face without his permission. So if the image looks oddly like a famous character, then there could be repercussions based on privacy rights and publicity rights that will prop up. I think that's where you're mostly going to come up with issues. So, but if you can make the argument they're substantially different, right, you might be able to get away with it. But I think you will get caught somewhere down the line because it is somebody's face and it's going to be their privacy rights. Because where do you draw the line? If somebody uses Shazri's face and then starts, selling something online, do you not want to have a say in whether that is allowed or not?
Related, digital twins are a thing. digital twins. We create another Mahela with your permission and we scale content. Once the initial contract is done, we tell to a celebrity we are going to use you 5 times in the year and so on. At that point of time, we won't have the content direction. But we have the agreement to use you 5 times with our digital twin.
Yes.
Any views on that? Because what you said was, hey, that celebrity can come and say, I agreed, but you didn't tell me what I was going to be used for.
Yeah. So a typical lawyer answer is, I need to know more about the agreement. Right? But so in this context, so are you talking about after the initial agreement has expired?
No, it's still
During
agreement
within the
period.
agreement.
Yeah.
So what would ideally happen is when you do put this in, the celebrity will include a clause that gives him the right to disagree to certain things, whether you have to submit it for his approval, because you can use it for immoral things, illicit things, all kinds of things if not. So there has to be some check where the celebrity says, look, I get to say whether this is okay or not. So usually, I mean, if you get a lawyer to draft it, the lawyer will definitely include such a clause. So that will prevent any kind of abuse of that image. So hopefully that answers.
I mean, I've done it before where I got a very well-known football player to run an ad campaign. He has never touched a product before. He's in our key visual and all that, and we still needed to. Yeah. He's never worn and touched a product before in his life. I know it. He's never stepped into the country that, but we still had to go through his management team, the talent management, to say. I go like, he doesn't really say those words in real life, but if you're on an ad campaign, a tagline, sure, you know. So that's the. I guess that's what you talk about, right? Correct. In the old school way of static image rights as a static, correct, right? Today it's the digital avatar.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
I think what's going to be interesting is, I think this might be in the dystopian future at some point, but so basically Google is saying I think 20-25% of their code is written by AI, and now AI is smart enough to recheck that code after a certain period of time. I'm taking the same principle. Imagine if, say for example, ChatGPT or any of those platforms, they now start learning from us, right? So you were talking about the prompt versus the output. We've been giving prompts, and now it recreates, not a person. Yeah. Something, what's going to happen? Can I, go against the platform and say, hey, this sounds similar to what I did? Not a question per se, it's a statement. But,
no, I think you can, I'm subject to correction here, but you can write in rules into the software that tells it that it cannot do something.
I think Rukmar will be the best person to answer this. Yeah.
So no, actually, this is one of the main issues with generative AI specifically. I mean, so let me make a very clear distinction. If you're talking about normal procedural software, right, you can absolutely do that. It operates on ones and zeros, true and false. You can set very specific rules that are always followed. Generative AI, on the other hand, operates with probabilities, right? So it's very difficult to shut out knowledge from specific parts of the model. That's actually a very active research area in the LLM space right now, and it's a huge challenge, right? And you can actually think of the hallucination problem as a subset of that problem, where we still have a very hard time steering or controlling the internal representations of these models.
Gents, I just want to say, if you ever need the image rights of a Chinese man, use mine. I won't charge you guys for free. Every ad campaign in Sri Lanka would be just my face. It's free. It's just for you to use.
You're going to regret offering that. Yeah. The group of marketers
so everyone thinks the Chinese fellow looks like me in the end, right? Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
There was somebody from Port City here earlier.
Well, that brings to the end this session, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your views. A round of applause, please. Thanks, Rukmal. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists. Come on, put your hands together.
AI is transforming knowledge work. We are talking about AI chatbots and apps that combine the power of LLMs with your own data. Now you can automate your entire customer care function with AI agents. Make your services businesses' sales pipeline airtight with AI-powered appointment and booking engines. possibilities are endless. Whether it's for sales and marketing, HR, or even investor relations, AI can do it all, making sure you stay ahead of the curve. Make AI happen for your company.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we have something special that's being launched today, and I'd like to invite the Chief Growth Officer of Infection, Rasanga Abhishek, to come and talk about this exciting thing that's being launched. Let's welcome Rasanga to the stage with a big round of applause. Come on, put your hands together.
Yo.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful time. So before we close the formal proceedings of the day, we would like to leave you all with something which we think is useful, something that is tangible, something that we think you can keep using as you go on. So that is the AI Marketing Blueprint by Infection. Before we dive into the blueprint, just need to tell, this blueprint might look a bit different to any other strategic blueprint that you would have seen, because this was created with the objective of AI implementation in mind. You can consider this as an AI cheat sheet a marketer or a business leader could use in almost all the decision points in the AI transformation journey. So let's dive in. So as you can see here, this blueprint has 3 layers: the infrastructure layer, people layer, and the use case layer. The infrastructure layer is more like the technology layer. This is where you get to touch on what sort of data storage techniques that you should use for different use cases, what sort of AI models, LLMs that I can use for different applications. We even created a list of curated best-in-class AI tools and apps that you could use for different use cases, from image generation to video generation to content creation. So as you explore, you'll be able to find out all these apps and keep using them. And then I think this apps and tools is a section where Sanjay in his presentation said the deployment layer, where you can take 10-15% value creation within your business. So I encourage you to use this part and gain those efficiencies for your business. And next, we move on to this people layer, which we think will be very important when you deploy AI at scale. So this is where you talk about leadership, change management, KPIs, how you do training and upskilling, how you do different sort of recruitment for AI. Even we touch on things like governance, ethics, and regulatory when it comes to AI. So we actually came up with a bunch of KPIs that you could use to see how you are doing in terms of your AI transformation journey. I think Sanjay in his presentation said change management is mission critical when you're transforming your company to AI. So we have actually put a sort of a guide which you can use, some tips that how you could go about change management in this whole AI transformation journey. And I also I think this came during one of the discussions, a traditional marketer. How do you transform a traditional marketer into an AI literate marketer? So we have listed down a stack, a basic stack, which a marketer should need to be comfortable with, not master, in order to be an AI literate marketer. So you can go through these things and make yourself aware. And I think this last layer is pretty much important because we believe in the future. When I say future, I mean probably next year. You might have to have an AI privacy policy along with your traditional terms of service and your privacy policy. For that, we actually created a template AI privacy policy which you all can download and customize and adapt for your company. It's all included in the blueprint. And then last, we have the use case layer. This is where you have all the different AI use cases for the marketing function based on the cycle of the marketing journey, from analytics to engagement, brand advertising. It's all there. So all these use cases are there for you to explore. So I actually encourage you to, you can scan the link out there and keep using this, and we have a mobile optimized version for this, which you can use on your mobile phones. Before I wind down, I would like to spend a little bit time on this particular section of the blueprint, which is called LLM and RAG. I think it is fair to assume for most of us sitting here, majority of our interaction with AI is through popular chat apps like ChatGPT or Gemini, or maybe even some specialized AI tools like Midjourney for image creation, Jasper AI for content writing. But we believe there is a greater value unlock, particularly at enterprise level, when you combine your private proprietary data with power of AI models. I think this is where, I think it was the rebuild layer where Sanjay talked about, where you can unlock 40-50% value creation when you transform your existing functions with the power of AI. So that's why we thought we'll spend a little bit of time here. This is where you actually create automated customer service agents for your customer service function. This is where you supercharge your investor relation functions, where your investors will be able to get company performance via a conversation as opposed to reading a traditional annual report. This is where research companies should be able to disseminate their information through knowledge agents as opposed to traditional reports. So all these things are possible use cases. Actually, we are doing some of these things right now here, even in Sri Lanka. So that is that. So I think for most business leaders, particularly in the knowledge service space, I think we are trying to figure out how do I make my business model robust in the age of AI? How do I create exponential value by using AI for my stakeholders, both internal and external? I think, in our opinion, where you should start is here. First, you need to really think and figure out what are the repositories of valuable information that is sitting within our company. And then supercharge that information with AI models, large language models, to create valuable products and beautiful user experiences. I understand some of these things might sound a bit like the CTO's domain, but we believe as CMOs and business leaders, y'all should have a say when it comes to some of these critical business decisions. We believe in the near future, selecting which AI model to use for a particular application will be as fundamental as deciding which production house I'm going to use for this particular campaign. So in conclusion, I really encourage you all to think beyond the first order applications of AI, such as those chat apps, and really think how I can create exponential value for my stakeholders by combining the business information, private information, with power of AI models and create valuable products. So with that, I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much to Rasanga. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've gone through an extensive day, but there are some formalities we need to get through. The first of those formalities is a handing over of tokens of appreciation. Would like to invite our CEO of Infection, Mr. Salia Vithana, to please make his way to the stage. Can we have Salia on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Salia. Lots of hard work gone into putting this event together. And Sali will be handing out the first token of appreciation to our first speaker for today. Would like to invite the Global AI Marketing Lead at BCG, Mr. Sanjay Nair, to the stage, please. Let's welcome Sanjay, everybody. Thank you very much for your insights shared today. Outstanding indeed. Lots of important information. No doubt important for everybody here today. Thank you very much to Sanjay. Next up, we invite to the stage Mr. Harshavardhan Reddy, CEO of EOS Labs. Let's welcome Harsha to the stage with a round of applause. Also responsible for the software that changed my name from Fahad to Hemantha. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thanks, Harsha. Good one. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Harsha as well. Thank you. Next up, our multiple panelists, Mr. Jeremy Xiao. Let's welcome Jeremy to the stage. Let's give Jeremy a round of applause, everybody. Thank you very much for the wonderful insights shared. All right, unfortunately, Mahela had to leave and Rukmal's joining us virtually, but we wish them well. Thank you, Salia. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, one more thing to do, and that is to take a group photograph. And we're going to do this a little bit differently. So we need everybody to stand up, and you're going to come and stand this way, facing that way, because the picture is taken from there. However, there are 2 screens here, so be careful, okay? Right? All right, anybody who'd like to get on stage, you can get on stage, but this is not made for everybody. So maximum 10 people on stage, right? Be wary of how much you weigh. 10 average people on stage, and the rest of the people, on the ground and around, okay? There's no HR department here to check the PC of what I'm saying, so it's okay, right? So, come on everyone, let's take a group picture of everything that we've done. Lots of inside shares. Come on. Let's take a group picture. Lasanai කියලා හිතන් ඉන්න කට්ටියට ඉස්සරහින් ඉන්න පුළුවන්. Come on, very quickly. Let's get in the frame and take this picture. All right, come on, everybody. Let's take this picture ASAP. I think we can have more people on stage, actually. We can have a couple more on stage.